Cek.
Uniku Jaya.
kuliah di sini. Saya mendapatkan ilmu yang banyak, terutama dalam bidang pendidikan.
Mari bergabung dengan Universitas Kuningan untuk mengembangkan potensi diri dan menyongsong masa depan yang lebih baik bersama dengan Universitas Kuningan.
Hidup Uniku, Uniku Jaya, menuju Kuningan, maju.
Okay. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning. I'm Endang Darsi. I'm delighted to welcome you to the first Global Conference on Education 2020. The theme of the conference is Research Trends on Education. This conference aims to establish international scholars and academic community in discussing the latest trends and developments in the field of research on teaching and education. Hosted in the city of Kuningan, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Kuningan, has an honor to present you this global conference. There are more than 700 participants, and the presenters are coming from many countries across the world, such as Bulgaria, Philippines, Nepal, Pakistan, etc. And it is also an honor to me to introduce and welcome our distinguished speakers today. The first one is Professor Dr. Sukree Langputeh, PhD from Pattani University, Thailand. Assalamualaikum, Professor. Okay, the second one we have Ulana Pidzamecky, MA from Ontario Tech University, Canada. Good morning, Miss Ulana. And then the third one we have Dr. Sana Anwar Lasari from University Utara, Malaysia. Good morning, Miss Sana. And the last one we have Dr. Iskandar MM from Universitas Kuningan, Indonesia. Good morning, Dr. Iskandar. I'd like also to welcome the Vice Rector of Universitas Kuningan, Dr. Anna Fitri Hindriana MSI. Good morning, Dr. Anna. And all the presenters and participants of the first Global Conference on Education 2020. So ladies and gentlemen, to start our opening ceremony, allow me to read today's agenda. The first one is opening. The second is Indonesia Raya National Anthem. The third is welcoming speeches. The fourth is keynote speaker presentations. The fifth is closing ceremony. And the last one is parallel sessions. So, ladies and gentlemen, to open the conference, I'd like to invite you all to say Basmalah together. Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, I'd like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. May all we rise. You may be seated now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcome speech delivered by the committee chairman of the first GloConEd 2020. So please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Dadang Solihat, MPD. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'da. The Honorable Deputy Rector Ulana Pidzamecky for Academic Affairs. University, Canada, Ontario Technology University, Canada. Over there, maybe at 9 o'clock, around 9 o'clock in the evening, I think. So, bonjour, Madam, Miss Ulana. Yeah, we already have some simulation last week, and I hope this morning or tonight we are going to have the discussion or you presented this material running well. And good morning to Professor Dr. Langputeh, PhD from Pattani University, Thailand. Sir, I wish I could speak Thai, but it is very difficult. It is thank you, Prof, for joining us, being with us this morning. And thank you very much to Dr. Sana Anwar Lasari. She is from University Utara, Malaysia. Thank you very much for joining us also. I met you about last year's, right, ma'am, in Mr. Fahru's house for a dinner, a nice dinner. That time we had, biryani food. That's very nice one. Thank you very much for joining us. And I would like to say to welcome to Dr. Iskandar Hasan. He is our guru. He is our former rector. And he always support us to be better and better. Thank you very much for joining us. Pak, hatur nuhun. And ladies and gentlemen, in this right moment, great moment, I would like to inform that we have around 710 participants in this GloConEd, Global Conference on Education. And some of us They are coming from Philippines, Pakistan, Nepal, and then Rumania, Azerbaijan, and North Macedonia. Thank you very much for joining us, guys. And I would like to inform you too that we have about 30 presenters for this conference. And all of them come from the university in Indonesia. Some of them is our friends. Thank you very much for joining us. And I hope your presentations later is running well also. Last but not least, I would like to thank you very much to the committee. We couldn't have this conference without their hardworking and dedications, especially to Mr. Fahruz, Dr. Fahruz Zaman, Denny Herianto, Jihan Ananda, Harun Al-Rashid, Dr. Marwito, Mr. Marwito, Ms. Endang Darcy, and then who else here? All the head of majors, Ms. Iva Hanifah, and then Mr. Ian Setiawan, Mr. Edi Junaidi, and then Mr. Erwin Oktoma, and then Mr. Riyadi, yeah, and Aropa Acesta. Sorry, I forgot that. Thank you very much for joining us and support us for this conference. Okay, guys, I think that will be all that I can say. Finally, enjoy your conference, and then hopefully this conference will running well until the end of this day. Thank you very much. Uniku Jaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Dadang as the committee chairman of the first GloConEd 2020. And then now we are going to listen to the welcome speech delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Yeyen Suryani, MPD. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi sayyidina Muhammad. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli amma ba'du. Good morning everyone. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Kuningan, the Honorable Plenary Speakers, the Honorable the Deputy Dean 1, the Deputy Dean 2, the Head of Study Programs, and all participants of GloConEd FKIP Universitas Kuningan 2020. First and foremost, praise and thanks to the Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for His shower of blessing throughout this conference to be successfully held. Salawat and salam are addressed to the final chosen religious messenger, Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. In this occasion, I would like to welcome the 4 plenary speakers to first global conference on education, GloConEd, to Miss Ulana from Canada, Miss Sana from Malaysia, Mr. Sukree from Thailand, and Mr. Iskandar from Indonesia. Thank you very much for your support and cooperation to this event. There are about 700 people consisting of presenter and non-presenter attending this conference. Regarding the importance of this conference that will absolutely add insight and knowledge to the GloConEd participants, especially for the students who are teacher candidates. Inshallah, this event will continue in the year to come. Furthermore, I would like to thank the entire committee who worked hard to prepare this event. Hopefully, this first global conference on education, GloConEd, can run smoothly without any significant obstacles. That's all I can say. Enhance your knowledge by enjoying this conference. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much to Mr. Yayan Suryani as the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. And then now I'd like to welcome the Vice Rector of Universitas Kuningan, Dr. Anna Fitri Hindriana MSI. So the time is yours. Please welcome Dr. Anna.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All praise belong to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most gracious and the most merciful. Salawat and salam are always been recited for our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his companion, his family, and his follower until the end of the time. To Honorable Dr. Ulana, Honorable Dr. Sana Anwar Lasari from Universitas Utara Malaysia, Professor Dr. Sukree Langputeh, PhD from Fatoni University, Thailand, Ulana MA from Ontario Technology University, Canada, and our respected Dr. Iskandar from Universitas Kuningan. I would like to appreciate the plenary speaker who have been actively supporting this conference conducted by the Faculty of Teaching and Education of Universitas Kuningan. I would as well appreciate the Dean, the Vice Dean, and the Head of Study Program and all organizing committee for the first global conference on education with this year theme, this research trends in education. It is believed that education sector has significant role in the development of people in nation. Any nation around the globe will never have a chance to move forward without education. This is because education holds a crucial role in developing capable human resource, which strongly affect the advancement of science and technology, and consequently support us as a nation to be ready and well prepared to compete the global level. Thus, essential education must emphasize on giving life skill. Research is closely related with the stages in human development, especially in science and technology. It's widely known that there is no single nation that can successfully bring betterment without help of good quality research. Furthermore, research is relevant with the job of Indonesian lecturers stated in Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, or the Tridatis of higher education institutions that are teaching, research, and social service. However, majority of lecture on focus on the routine tasks to teach and guide students rather than innovation and innovation through research. Whereas it's apparent that research leads to better understanding technology and social solution for solving issue. Either the issue of student, the internal university, or general public. In turn, Universitas Kuningan is passionately encouraging lecturer and students to collaborate in conducting and producing high-quality research. We would like to appreciate the Dean of Faculty of Teaching and Education for inviting 4 prominent speakers for country to share their knowledge in research. I do hope the conference will lead to the development of research and innovation that are fruitful for university and social empowerment. Last I would like to congratulate and wish good luck for the lecture participants for 7 countries and students who takes part in the first global conference on education. Finally, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the first global conference on education is officially begun.
Thank you so much to Dr. Anna Fitri Hindriana MSI as the Deputy Rector of Universitas Kuningan, who has officially opened the conference, the first global conference on education. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue to the next session. That is to hear the keynote presentation, which will be delivered by Ulana Pidzamecky, MA from Ontario Tech University, Canada. The presentation will be moderated by Mr. Marwito Wihadi, MPD. To Mr. Marwito Wihadi, MPD, the time is yours.
Hi, Miss Ulana, how are you doing?
Thank you very well. Good morning to all of you. I appreciate the honor and the privilege of being invited to such an important inaugural launch event that's brought together so many different people from all over the world. This is really commendable. Events of this size in the online space are actually still quite rare, COVID or no COVID. So I give you my commendation on behalf of this part of the world for your pioneering leadership.
Thank you. It's a bit frigid here. How is the weather in Ontario, Canada? Is it still
Well, I think it's cooler than where you are. We have true autumn at the moment. It started today, but the colors are very beautiful.
So you don't have to close the windows and the door again, right?
It's time for a coat, yes.
Yeah. Miss Ulana, would you like to show your CV so the audience will see how qualified you are?
Yes, so I'm going to share my screen now. All right, one moment. Okay. I don't know if you'll be able to see me or not, but you'll hopefully be able to hear me. Do you see the slideshow?
Okay. Oh yeah. Can you show the? Yeah, I can see. We can see the slide.
Yeah.
Can you focus on the?
All right. And can you hear? Can you hear me well enough?
I guess so.
Then I will begin if that's all right. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I seem to have lost you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to attend Miss Ulana's presentation. Let me inform you a number of important things. Miss Ulana is very experienced in second language educator, curriculum developer, and teacher trainer. Yeah. Now she's lecturer of Ontario Institute in Canada. Yeah. If I have read her curriculum CV, she's very skillful in English. And also she has some abilities in Ukraine, French and Russian language working knowledge. And also we can see that she's very experienced in postgraduate research. So much information that I cannot read by one, one by one. It's very qualified. You are very qualified. Affiliation, maybe I can read one of the affiliation. One of them is the member Ukrainian Women's Organization, Toronto branch. Okay, and one of her academic or professional activities, May 2020, Ville International Research Conference, the Ukrainian Diaspora Research Problem, Astro Academy, Ukraine, expert interview for Canada, Ukraine, parliamentary program presentation. So I don't have much time to read one by one, but this is very distinguished, very impressive. Yeah. Miss.
You're very kind, but I'm sure that this is a full room of impressive people.
Everyone feels impressive. Miss Ulana, without further ado, you have 20 minutes presentation, and after that we have 20 minutes question and answer session. Miss Ulana, time is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Once again, my appreciation for this opportunity. What I'm going to be sharing with you today derives from the importance of educational policies. So I'm talking about policy today. Why is this important? Policy attempts to weave together the development and future of each individual. And since policies are snapshots of lived experience, understandably, they're based on diverse interpretations. As a doctoral researcher, I'm especially interested in education policy's complex function in driving societal reforms and democratization in the post-Soviet space. The current paper examines one such important and contested policy, that of national qualifications frameworks. Specifically, I've explored the National Qualifications Framework of Ukraine, established in 2011. It's a policy technology that represents an undisguised neoliberal approach to the reform of the modern national curriculum system of independent Ukraine. According to what? According to borrowed notions about good or better practices around qualifications and quality education. I'll be discussing how this framework of Ukraine is an example of globalized localism through Ukraine's participation in the Bologna process. From the perspective of our conference theme and the sub-theme of life skills and workforce preparation, qualification frameworks represent a key research area owing to their broad uptake. As you can see from the data here, 38 countries plus linked to the European framework, over 100 countries with national, transnational, or regional frameworks. In addition to internationalization, globalization, and Europeanization, according to the European Center for the Development of Vocational Training, the European Training Foundation, UNESCO, and the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, all of which monitor global developments of transnational, national, and regional frameworks, several other significant global trends, such as globalization, migration, mobility, and learning across borders, are changing education, training, and qualification systems. These developments have influenced policymakers to present stronger cases for the benefits that frameworks, and in that regard, skills and qualifications, might offer to individuals, employers, and societies. This examination concentrates on the initiation phase, or agenda setting, along with the policy-making phase, or formulation, as they've been shown to be inextricably linked in the process of policymaking. In Ukraine, educational policymaking tends to follow a stage approach, which embodies continuous connections between phases, and there's also something called the encoding-decoding scheme by Trowler, where the different interpretations, interests, and intentions related to the policy are expressed and hopefully formulated. The resultant policies exemplify the interactions of power, history, and expectations of the future within a very complex, interwoven social, political, and economic context. The terminology of which this framework is comprised is very telling. Take a look at the screen. I've highlighted it. European standards, principles of educational quality assurance, labor market requirements, competencies, harmonizing legislation, social and labor relationships, national and international recognition of qualifications, and interaction between the sphere of education and the labor market. In order to understand the framework in Ukraine, this paper addresses the following research questions. Whose policy agendas are represented by Europeanization of higher education in Ukraine? And how is this reflected in the framework? How is the qualifications framework a reflection of the current role of the Ukrainian state in education delivery? Does the framework of Ukraine attempt to address socioeconomic and educational inequalities? And where does it fail to do so? And finally, how does the Ukrainian experience compare with that of some other post-Soviet countries in the region? The concept of qualifications, as understood in terms of outcomes, derives from research in occupational psychology from the United States, and later from related approaches to measuring teacher competence. The idea of a framework of national qualifications actually originated in Scotland in 1984, and a national vocational framework was first rolled out in 1986 across the United Kingdom. Research suggests that from the start, most early qualifications frameworks were directly related to broader neoliberal public sector reform focused on creating a market for education and training to reduce the so-called monopoly of public education institutions whose efficiency had been called into question, shall we say, by government. The early frameworks have influenced the spread of counterparts and competency-based training reforms throughout the world. National qualifications frameworks reflect the vocational education and training agenda, and their importance is growing, particularly in the European Training Foundation's partner countries. The progression can be explained by neoclassical economics, which still infuses the academic and policy fields. Early economics imperialism, particularly the notion of human capital, and later the emphasis on market deficiencies, thought to be caused by knowledge inequalities, helped to clarify why qualifications frameworks policies are so pervasive. As an expression of neoliberalism, qualifications frameworks represent the pursuit of equality of opportunity, while learning outcomes conveyed in the policy documents are considered criteria against which governments can measure the quality of education provided. In relation to human capital theory, qualifications frameworks identify learners as knowledge workers, prioritizing and stratifying preferred types of knowledge in a knowledge economy. This aligns with neoliberal ideology, whereby the main role of the state includes creating markets in previously non-market areas of society. Countries which have formally linked or referenced their national qualifications frameworks to the European one are considered part of the European neighborhood, or as the slide says, part of European neighborhood policy or neighborhood Europeanization. Policy and reform decisions in the post-Soviet space have been full of contradiction. The post-Soviet period has been marked by economic transformation or transition in former communist countries, located both in Europe and in Asia, in which the new governments have aimed to create free market-oriented capitalist economies. They are increasingly focused on external markets, particularly in the EU. It's not insignificant, therefore, that the new law on education in Ukraine, which only came into effect in 2017, and remember, independence was in 1991. It was ratified just days after the Ukraine-European Union Association Agreement, an agreement which was ratified or renewed again just this month. Since independence was declared in 1991, efforts have been made to modernize the education system, but it is the 2014 Euromaidan revolution which led to the development of the new law, whose educational standards are based on the European Parliament's recommendations and that of the European Council on Lifelong Learning. Thereafter, the education sector in Ukraine began to experience sweeping and long-awaited reforms rooted in the conviction that they would contribute to internationally oriented transformation. These included building a new innovative national qualifications system with the assistance of the European Education Foundation and diverse stakeholders, including the World Bank. The national qualifications framework is aligned with the European one, and it's all about lifelong learning, and it has been re-ratified just this past summer by the Cabinet of Ministers, as referenced here. Although the National Qualifications Framework was supposed to be phased in over 3 periods from 2016 to 2029, full implementation during these periods hasn't taken place, particularly in regard to professional qualifications and their credentialization, degree programs. However, the government is moving policy towards teacher education. A draft regulation to establish new teacher professional development centers is on the table. These centers are meant to replace remnant elements of the Soviet centralized system of professional development, but also the inset in-service teacher training institutes established since independence through external partners such as the British Council. Also, an agreement was signed between Ukraine and the European Commission in December of last year to support vocational educational training and establish dual education, requiring even more specialized teachers. Now, in fact, up to 70% of study time will be practical training of students in businesses, other institutions, and organizations. The political decision in Ukraine to develop a qualifications framework is indicative of the effects of globalization on education policy, whereby states reorganize their priorities to make them more competitive. The case of the European higher education area's sway in Ukraine serves as an example of what has been termed governance without government. The higher education area's origination in 1998 in a joint declaration in Paris was affirmed in the Bologna Declaration, perhaps you've heard of it, and all the participants were interested in a more competitive European higher education area. Currently, there's 48 members. The prevailing influence of the higher education area in Ukraine's education policy and in its qualifications framework stems from an even longer, more storied political economic history dating back to 1991, when the then newly independent state expressed its interest in becoming a member of the European Union. The National Qualifications Framework references collaborative initiatives to align Ukraine's vocational training with current EU vocational work, including the European credit system, the Quality Assurance Reference Framework, and the recommendations for competencies on lifelong learning. The apparatus established to support the harmonization of local qualifications frameworks with that of the larger European higher education area is called the Network of Higher Education Reform Experts, referenced here on the right. It's a pool of advisors assigned to the modernization of higher education in countries neighboring the EU, and they serve as transnational advisors. Research suggests that such expert advice provided through mechanisms such as the tuning educational structures in
there is a kind of disturbance.
Have you muted me? No. While this tuning process was established to develop convergence and common understanding, rather than uniform degree programs, in reality, it has been a significant driver of uniformity, which is still presented as a key element in successful reform of education in countries participating in the Bologna process. These international organization activities localized in Ukraine reflect the way in which Europeanization is at once a response to and a conduit of globalization. In the case of Ukraine, the role of the state is to coordinate this largely hegemonic uniformity as a manager of the forces that have vested interests in education. However, since the beginning of the drive for the qualifications framework in the country, there have been other macro and meso stakeholders involved in development. The representatives of these bodies form an interdepartmental working group, and they are closely monitored and consulted by the European experts. However, research also notes that actor impact is important. The Federation of Employers, for example, lobbied for the establishment of the National Qualifications Agency to oversee the framework, suggesting a partial relaxation of traditional top-down power relations in the modern politics of Ukrainian education. From a critical analysis point of view, this exemplifies Foucaultian governmentality, where the state is only one part of a social artifact. And here the quotation says that the emerging governmentality in the post-Soviet space shows both continuity with and discontinuity with the previous regime. As emphasized by Rose and Miller, in an arrangement like this, policymakers and actors try to find something broadly practical that they can agree upon. However, representatives of students and student organizations, parent councils, and local community and activist organizations have not been a major part of the consultation to develop the framework. The literature about Ukrainian policymaking states that a cooperation gap between the central bodies of policymaking and civic organizations has a long history. Also, dissident voices have not been heard. In fact, the identification of the qualifications framework as a reform priority was not uncontested. In addition, educational inequality among young people of different social backgrounds in Ukraine has not been factored in. For example, research notes that factors which influence the complex post-secondary education decisions of orphans and children in state care, Ukraine has over 100,000 of them, includes peer pressure to attend vocational school and finish only basic training, teacher-directed rather than teacher-encouraged decisions, and independent decisions restricted by structural constraints. Current policy discourse surrounding education in Ukraine exemplifies a form of educational product or commodity, which sometimes overlooks education as a lived social cultural experience. As a result, the value of qualifications promotes the prestige attached to higher levels of accreditation. We see in the slide here, the bachelor's, master's, and even PhD. But these value assumptions frame social opportunity and educational needs unproblematically in terms of equal access to upskilling potential, but they obscure social difference. This troubling phenomenon of performativity, as Ball calls it, has been referred to as the hegemony of competency-based training. And what you'll see here is 50 new competency standards have been added to the Ukrainian roster of 150 in recent times. Yet the State Employment Service notes that 52% of registered unemployed had a higher education. And yet The Ministry of Education has stated that graduate employment will be the key indicator of performance of higher education institutions. The situation is similar among some of Ukraine's Central and Eastern European neighbors. Significantly, the implementation of the Bologna process and other education standards from Europe does not guarantee solutions to problems with the labor market or with innovation development. Understanding how different education systems generate or mitigate social inequalities in education illuminates how societies negotiate change in general. Iannelli, comparing a number of such countries, Czech Republic, Croatia, Serbia, Slovenia, Hungary, Poland, and Russia, found that the relative advantage of having more educated parents was a very strong and prevailing factor in Eastern Europe and has had a profound impact on agenda setting favoring qualifications frameworks, notwithstanding social inequalities. Another important factor contributing to the maintenance of social inequality is stratification within the post-education sector. Russia, for example, has a strong culture of valuing formal education. Even regulatory frameworks specify that qualifications must be linked to formal education and training. The extensively referenced International Standard Classification of Education, which defines terms such as listed here, employability, qualifications, competencies, and learning outcomes from a knowledge economy standpoint, creates challenges for the subjective interpretation based on local country' social conditions, which in turn contributes to confusion and disagreement at the initiation and formulation stages mentioned in the model earlier, when putting together a policy document like a qualifications framework, resulting in their implementation being delayed, as we're seeing in Ukraine, and not only.
Yeah, Mrs. Ulana, Mrs.
This is my last slide.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
Education policymakers in post-colonial states such as Ukraine find themselves challenged by multidimensional complexity of democratic social reality, now contextualized by globalized economic imperatives. Given that the goal of ongoing reforms in Ukraine is to realize the aspirations of recent independence, the fact that most of the decisions are still top-down remains a problem to be addressed. But recently, the Quality Assurance Agency and the National Qualifications Agency have been activated, and they are making progress. So, as a result, what is already done and has not yet been done in education policy reform in Ukraine create a tension between governance and innovation, the hope being that further democratization will allow mechanisms like the qualification framework to include more voices, be more equitable, and develop education. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ulana. Ms. Ulana, Ulana, how long have you been an educator?
Oh, since 1993.
Evolution. Oh, really? No wonder your concept, the critical lens of
Sorry, I'm having a bit of trouble hearing you.
Oh, sorry. So, your presentation is very engaging in terms of your critical analysis of NQF mechanism concerning national qualification framework. No wonder there will be a number of questions coming from the participants. There are 750, more than 700 participants listening to your informative and engaging presentation. I would like to, we have 20 minutes to go, Ms. Ulana, to have questions. For the first time, we are inviting 3 first questions, yeah, and hopefully you can answer one by one directly. So, dear participants, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand or you can write on the chat box.
Maybe if they write it in the chat box, it'll be a little bit easier.
Yeah, okay. Up to you.
Also share my university email here. If somebody would like to follow up with me afterwards, that's fine too, because there's a lot of you.
Yeah, that's wise decision anyway. That's great. Yeah. Okay. You can write down your...
There we go. And maybe that will help the conference to keep moving.
Yeah, okay. Is it fine if the questions are coming from the committee? The committee? Yeah. Because some of us are lecturers as well. Is it fine, Ms. Ulana?
Of course.
Okay. Probably the first questions is coming from Pak Dadang. Yeah. Okay, time is yours.
Thank you very much, moderators. And good morning, Ulana. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How about you?
Yeah, very well. This is
You're so gorgeous for this morning, I think. Your explanation. Miss Ulana, I have only one question. Actually, I read your paper or slide, and there is kind of a term over there that I still don't understand. It is about what's that? Educational policy, global
policy.
Yeah, education policy, right? Globalized localism. And
yes.
Governance without governments. Could you please
explain some more? Yes, as I was saying, all of our countries being in different stages of moving from one type of political system to another, and at all times connected to the rest, the political and economic incentives and pressures that come from those other parts. In the post-Soviet space, having spent 70 years trying to emerge, it is now embracing, of course, European policy in many different sectors, but education being the drive. When organizations such as the European Union, European Council, European Training Foundation, UNESCO, have their representatives involved in the development of educational documents, legislation, policy analysis, the expert groups, this is the governance that is from outside of the state. The not involved, it is simply an avenue through which the external enters the country. Not by force, obviously by invitation.
Okay,
but that's why it's considered governmentality, that the state is now serving as a sort of a buffer, a conduit between all the interests involved in education. And in this way, global forces are being localized. Of Ukraine through Europe. Hence, Europeanization is the globalization happening in Ukraine.
Okay, I think that's happened in Indonesia also. I heard about the globalization and glocalization right now. There's a term.
So, glocalization is how it happens in your state.
Yeah, I think that's right. Something like that.
For example, Indonesia also has a qualifications framework heavily influenced both by the European Union and Australia.
Yeah, that's right.
This is what's being localized in your context.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I heard about that. So it is kind of the collaborations between the government and the expert or the stakeholder of education, right? how
Correct.
okay, how to make this education better and better, right? So
but yet always keeping in mind that you have internal stakeholders and actors who have to be heard, who have concerns, who have difficulty with transitioning from something that was familiar, even if it was oppressive, to something that's not so familiar, and they're not certain if there will be work that comes from it.
That's especially some little example about that. I think about how the world changed because of the pandemic like this. We have to follow the new concept and then the new obligations, or how to make these educations running well, something like that, right?
Well, obviously, you have figured it out here to bring together so many students to be picking up the learnings from people speaking today. And I should mention that Ukraine, despite the fact that it's in transition democratically, has risen to the occasion of online learning brought about by the pandemic, thanks to a very strong IT sector that was there in the first place, and the new Ukrainian school policy that was rolled out across the country when the new law was accepted in 2017, which focuses on competency, skills, and digital training. So although internet is not evenly available throughout the country, they are working on it. And just in these past few months, because I work with the teachers and training them in online learning, they have made tremendous progress. And while all of us are facing go to school, don't go to school, some go to school, some don't go to school, nonetheless, the online is doing very well.
That they solve the problem, like online is solve the problem. Anyway, thank you very much, Miss Ulana. Appreciate.
My pleasure, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Do keep sending the questions. I'll do my best to write to you.
Okay, appreciate. Thank you.
Yeah, another question maybe from the chat box. Otherwise, from the one of the committees here, Pak Riyadi. Yeah. Now, while waiting, Miss Ulana, can I ask you a questions? Is it fine? Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Yes. The audience. Okay, Miss Ulana is still reading, probably selecting a question from the audience. Yeah.
There's quite a few questions in the chat, so I don't know if you would like me to answer them in the chat now, or
would you like to answer? Probably,
or just speak.
Yeah, speak up. You can select the one that you want to answer. Is it fine?
All right. Well, I think there's 3 or 4. I'll just go quickly. In terms of dealing with the pandemic, or how to engage learners in these conditions, which we are all facing. What predates the pandemic is the current, which is a new government, as you might know from last year, drive to digitalize the country, basing this on the example of Estonia. Estonia has gone over to a digital economy. You can even be an external citizen with a digital passport of Estonia. So taking the example of this kind of extreme move in that direction, Ukraine has a ministry devoted to digitization and to providing online skills to ordinary people, not just educators, not just learners, people in different work and for different needs, even just for their normal social or day-to-day functioning. Having put that in place, following up with the online training where all of school has taken place online, they have been essentially taking the experiment and living it. it is my understanding from the teachers that I speak to that it has been working very well, so that even with different stages of the coronavirus coming and going, and now we're somewhere between stage 2 and 3 again, students do not have to feel that they have been cut off. This is particularly important when we have a country with large rural regions, a large internal migration because of the war in the east that's ongoing, one of the longest protracted such conflicts in modern times. The fact that people who have been displaced by war are still able to get their professional learning and their normal education is a great achievement for an emerging democracy.
The last questions from the audience?
Now I'm trying to see if there's something.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see.
Yes. You select the one. Yeah, from Dede, yeah. Dede Nur.
I think I've covered most of everything that's here. Except for the question where it's specifically about how have teachers changed the way they teach and their perceptions. With difficulty. Remember, as with all of us, it has come quite quickly. And this is a layer on top of moving from a centralized educational system where teachers did not have as great a voice to one where it's now entirely in their hands. The new Ukrainian school policy is about decentralization, about teachers being able to access professional learning outside of teacher training in the country. In other words, they have their choice. Taking courses that have to do with upgrading their digital skills anytime and anywhere that they wish. And little by little, in recent months, the government has tried to improve their financial situation by bringing in incremental raises to their wages to help them build these skills, which they have to do in parallel with teaching online. This will not go entirely smoothly, but it is moving forward.
Okay, could be the next one, maybe number 2. From
Hold on.
Priyanto Budi.
I have to move up and down the list here just a second.
Okay, so we have to limit up to 3 then. You can select any questions as long as the time is available.
Sorry, I'm just moving down
the
list. The chat is so full that I can't move it.
So they are very.
Are you able to scroll it down from your end?
Yeah, meaning they are full of enthusiasm to find out and to attend your.
Well, I'm glad to hear that because we're all facing the same challenges. Would you be so kind as to read the question because it's frozen here for me?
Frozen? Okay. This is from.
Yeah, it does not want to move.
Yeah. Okay. One. When it goes to digital, how far Ukrainian or East European government credibility to go on digitalization? Infrastructure.
Well, I think I've mostly answered that question because of their previous IT infrastructure and their political drive for digitalization of the entire economy. They have put tremendous emphasis on online learning, and they've taken everything from kindergarten to the end of post-secondary and put it entirely online. And most university studies are currently available online as well. That's a huge leap for a country that's still working everything out to begin with. They've also dedicated a large part of their budget in the current fiscal year to the digital space and learning. I should add, this is very important. Part of the educational policy, not only for digital learning and not only for qualifications and competencies, is an approach to train people in the English language with a recognition that it's one of the world languages. This is a dual approach, teacher training and then learner training. So currently, just within the last, say, 3 or 4 months, they are rolling out policies about English being B2, B1 level as you enter school, B2 level by the time you finish, and specialized professions, they will be conducting their university courses in English only. So this has just begun.
Okay. There is a question coming to my WhatsApp. Yeah, can I read you? Yeah,
please.
Yeah. This one. Yeah. Okay. Miss Ulana, please elaborate the relation of 3 terminology you have mentioned: knowledge
Go ahead.
Knowledge workers, knowledge economy, and then free market.
Right. So these are terms from neoliberal economics, where the shift moves to the responsibility of the individual for their economic future. And the way that that is supposed to be realized is that each individual concentrates on learning to become a professional. And this has become the norm in many places. We can understand why, especially where the economy was faltering in a particular state, or a state is moving from one regime to another. It appears that the most expeditious and successful way to make sure that society moves forward is for people to have an understanding that they are personally responsible for their future, not just the state. There are pluses and minuses to being a knowledge worker in a knowledge economy. If the position that you are training for doesn't exist or doesn't exist yet, you'll have the phenomenon of student or economic migration. Ukraine does suffer from quite a bit of what we call brain drain. I'm sure you've heard of this term, of outbound mobility to neighboring countries where both educational and, more importantly, job opportunities are more available, because those economies, those states are already further along in their democratic development. So that is where those terms come from. It's about shifting the economic focus from the state as the provider to the state as the means through which the individual is supposed to achieve the goals that they set for themselves through education.
Yeah, so there is a critical responses from her. So the prime intention of education is to train the student into professional workers. Is it?
Yes, according to this philosophy, yes.
Okay. Let me read another one. Could be the last one. This is again from one of my friends. This is very interesting. Unlike Federation of Employers in Ukraine, the other stakeholders like student union, parent council, and local community in designing national qualification framework are not regarded as essential party because they are not major part in consultation of national qualification framework.
Right.
Why does happen?
I'm so sorry, I can't hear you.
Why does such state occur or happen?
Oh, this is because the civic society did not exist in communist times, and it has taken from the point of independence until 2017, when the major law on education was passed and the policies related to it, for the society to develop a sense of civic activism. But this did not come, actually, I think I mentioned it earlier, until the revolution, the quiet revolution that took place in 2014. You may have heard of it, the Maidan Revolution. And that is what triggered this consciousness, activism, and the organization of civil actors. But of course, this too takes time to develop. When you don't have a previous history, a previous example, it's a learning process. However, they have come a long way. There have been some would argue, democratic rollbacks over the last year, which have stimulated those new civic actors to take even more action they never took before in the area of education. So sometimes it requires a trigger before something that was just beginning to form takes shape. Now is the time that it's taking shape.
It happens also in our country, actually. Parent councils are not invited. Yeah. Okay. Do we still have the last minute, actually? Time goes by so quickly. We have 60 seconds. Yeah. I'm waiting. I think is it fine if we dismiss this session? Ms. Ulana, your presentation provide us some insight of how to think of and concern the policy of education. And it's very informative, engaging, so we have better horizons after attending your presentation. Maybe you can say something for the last time before we have to over this presentation.
I think it's important, given the number of students that are participating today, and I commend you again for that, to think about research as an ongoing discussion. There is no right or wrong. It is not about a particular ideology or philosophy or ism. It's about taking a critical look, critical not as an attack, but critical as in standing back from the issues and looking at all of their aspects to see where progress has been made, where it has not been made, and what has stood in the way. And to reveal this in your writing and to debate this in your learning so that new ideas can come out of the research. This is why international research is important. This is why sharing research is important. And more importantly, this is why participating in research is important. Students, you are researchers too.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Ulana. Thank you for your contribution. Very insightful. But the time is over. We do hope that we can invite you one day to Kuningan for the second conference after Corona is over. So you can have...
God willing, and we have to believe. Hope springs eternal.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Ulana.
Thank you.
Someday. See you someday.
Indonesia. Hirup sayuna tarapahir. Salih pikanya atain segala pati. Nanggut dadaling andung si lokasi nakria. Kersakunda bangsa di negara Indonesia.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are continuing our meeting to the next agenda. That is to hear the second presentation, which will be moderated by me. Before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce the presenter. Okay, I can see Prof Sukree here. This is Professor Dr. Sukree Langputeh, PhD from Fatoni University, Thailand. Please give applause for Dr. Professor Sukree. Good morning, Prof Sukree. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, how are you today, Prof?
Alhamdulillah, very good morning and very happy to be in this conference on education.
Yeah. What do you think
Do you
about
hear me?
this conference anyway?
Great. I really follow from the opening ceremony with the organizing committee, the welcome address, the director, the deans, and finally I just finished listening to Prof Ulana from Canada. Thank you very much. I learned a lot from them. Thank you very much.
Okay, Prof. Before the presentation begins, I'd like to introduce you first to the audience. And Professor Dr. Sukree Langputeh is Deputy Rector of International Relations and Alumni. And I have his CV here. It is quite long curriculum vitae, starting from academic background. His Bachelor of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Heritage, second class upper honors, International Islamic University, Malaysia. And then Bachelor of Human Science and Political Science, first class honors, International Islamic University, Malaysia. And PhD in International Relations, Jinan University, Guangzhou, Republic of China. And this point is quite interesting. It is about awards. Let me read to the audience. The awards, the first is one of the 500 most influential Muslims in the world 2009. Please give applause, everyone. And then the second one is Muslim Youth Ambassador of Peace International, appointed by Jamia Singapore and ISASCO 2016. Wow, amazing. Yeah. And then now, without further ado, I'd like to welcome the presenter, the second presenter, Professor Dr. Sukree. The time is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Dang, for inviting me for this 20-minute presentation. Anyway, before I go on my presentation, do you hear me well from your end?
Yes,
That's
I can hear you
okay.
very well here.
Okay. Please remind me when it comes to 2 minutes before the end of the
I will.
my presentation.
Yeah.
Well, I will do you see my slide?
Yes, exactly. I see it.
Okay. I will focus my presentation on research trend in Thailand, because just now, Prof Ulana has discussed a little bit on the Ukrainian issues on education, and also at the end of the discussion she also touched on research and something. But anyway, within 20 minutes I'll try to bring all of you, including the participants of more than 600 participants from Indonesia and worldwide that joined us today, at least within this short time.
Sorry to interrupt, but the slides is missing. I don't know why it is gone. Wait for a second.
Really?
Yeah, the slide is missing. Wait for a second. We have technical problems here related to your slide, which is not seen. No, it is not seen.
Okay, let me see. So you don't see the slide, huh?
Not yet. Okay. Committee.
See now?
Okay, now it is seen. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Go on your
Oh, okay. I think that could be slide by slide, not to Okay. Anyway, so my discussion will be on national research trends on education in Thailand, because of if Industrial Revolution 4.0 and also the pandemic that comes to the globe these days. So Thailand has to do something in order to cope up with this problem. In fact, we have planned for some time to get through the IR 4.0 on education, especially in higher education. I will focus today more of higher education than elementary education or whatever, because I myself is in higher education. I'm teaching in universities, but at the same time, I think when we are talking about research, most of the works of university professors, lecturers, and some other researchers are mostly circled in universities, especially with new category of universities in Thailand. I will discuss after this. So let me start with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. By the name of God, the most merciful, most benevolent. Why I start with this? Because the works that we are working today, if you are Muslim or if you are non-Muslims, especially those who believe in God, we should come up with the standpoint that we are doing something not only for this world, but we are collecting good deeds for the next world that we are going to be forever. So whatever jobs that we are working today, if you are a researcher, or if you are assistant to the research, or if you are a policy makers of all kind of research, then you are in one platform of doing good deeds for the humanity. Well, then next I would like to say Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. ขอความสันติจงมีแด่ทุกท่าน let I say some in Thai a little bit. So that will be international conference. I mentioned already in Arabic, and then I continued with Thai, and of course we are speaking in Arabic, in English. Then since I'm a Thai, but my great grandfather from Indonesia. I'm Javanese. Sebelah ibu saya itu keturunan saya dari Jawa. Jadi biarlah saya pakai atau guna dikit bahasa Indonesia ya untuk thank you very much. Well, then my points to be part of the point within this short time is I will touch a little bit on prologue or introductions of why I choose this point to discuss here, and then I continue with the research platform in higher education in Thailand. Why we have to come up with new platform, why we have to come up with the integrations of the former platform to the new one in order to cope up with IR 4.0 and also pandemic, and how we deal or we manage 360 degrees in research and innovation in our country. And finally, I will just show some photos to show you what are among the opportunities and also challenges. And then I'll come back to epilogue or conclusion, then I finish. Well, when we're talking about prologue, about introductions, I would like to, show you this one. University students, university professors, or even university administrators, we are working with the small cat in order for them to feel that after being educated, they'll become lions, they become bigger cat, for example. So we are working not only with knowledge, but we are working with heart of the student. So education not only to change from knowing nothing to know something, or from knowing less things to know more things, but education should change the heart of the student. Education should change also the heart of the lecturers from one point to another, because we need somebody with big heart. If a student who are finishing PhD, they got doctoral thesis with distinction, for example, but if they are having a small heart, they are not being able to bear the responsibilities of the humanity of the ummah. So in this case, this is the prologue that I'd like to start with, that we are educating people in order to bring up our students or our customers to become bigger heart. And next is with education, the true education, we have to bring up our students with big heads, with the head. What I mean by head is the directions of the heading. I was surprised when I go to, I would say, many countries, all the countries in ASEAN community, in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia, when I ask students to draw a fish, I'm surprised at why the students are drawing the fish to the left. And not only students, sometimes the lecturers themselves, or even the imam. When I went to Masjid in Laos, I went to the mosque in Singapore, even to Vietnam, I was surprised why the people are heading the fish to the left. But in fact, education should bring them the knowledge of drawing the fish to the left, to the right, to up and north, and whatever. So education is not only leading a student or a learners to one way of learning, but they have to come up with 360 degrees directions of themselves. And the last one, that is when we're talking education, we are not giving them fish, but we are giving them how to fish. So I don't know in your countries, Indonesia, how you design the curriculum in elementary education, in even tertiary education. But it happened in my country, Thailand, that sometimes lecturers, even in higher education, are teaching students like giving them fish, giving them a fish, giving them a meat, not how to cook meat, not how to fish a fish. So in this case, after 3-4 years of education, then we have to guide them still. We have to follow them. We have to help them always, rather than letting them to help others. So in order to start with this, I would like to say that education or even research that we are going to work, or the trends of research has to work on three things. The first is about the heart, the research that focus on how to empower, how to motivate the people or even the learners in order to be able to come up with all kinds of challenges or even changes. We don't know what will happen after COVID. There may be some more problem. There may be some more pandemics after COVID. So our students have to be ready. Their heart has to be ready to face all those kind of changes that happen in the future. The second, they must know. They must have enough knowledge, especially with the coming of IR 4.0, with the coming of pandemic COVID-19. We need new kinds of knowledge, new blocks of knowledge, new spaces of knowledge. So that's why there will be, for example, COVID studies. In our universities, we put one subject, we call it COVID studies, in order to take up it seriously and there will be a lecturer who will guide the student to think about what they get from COVID, what they are affected in COVID, and how they can go out with COVID with something. And then and also they should have their hands, their skills, how to live within this kind of new normal. Well, the second point that I would like to go through is a research platform in higher education in Thailand. If I go too fast, please raise the hand or just let me know, especially Madam Endak. Okay, when we are talking about platform of research in higher education in Thailand, I'd like to guide your understanding about Thailand a little bit. Thailand is in fact a democratic country, with the king. But because of what is happening now in Thailand, the process of democratization that happened in Thailand. So finally, the government itself is coming up with a new platform of ministry. So universities in Thailand is about 178. So we were under the Commission of Higher Education before. At one time, we used to have our own ministry, but we call it junior ministry or small ministry, because the name in Thai doesn't sound as Krasuang. In Thailand, Krasuang is ministry, but it was called Tabuang for Ministry of Higher Education, was called Tabuang. So it is second layer, second type or smaller type of a ministry. But after that, the higher education was put under the Ministry of Education as a commission. We have a commission of elementary studies, commission of vocational studies, and commission of higher education studies is one of the commissions of all. But with new government that they have stronger votes in the parliament, finally they came up with the new initiatives of new ministry. We call it Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. So you can see the word research in the name of the ministry in the first time in our history of Thailand. Before that, we have a lot of research institute. We have research council. We have research fund. We have research a lot of research bodies in Thailand. But never happened that the word of research is put in the ministry. So by this time, Alhamdulillah, the government itself bring up, firstly, the Commission of Higher Education, and they bring the Ministry of Science and Technology to be in this ministry as well. At the same time, they brought National Research Fund to put together. Why? Because we need a fund, a national fund, to grant for the research. At the same time, the scope of funding will work in the umbrella of science and technology. Means that the grant that we are going to give it to the research recipients are mostly on science technology, and these activities are mostly conducted in higher education. So at the end of the day, these activities and this the impacts of research will be in one circle. Okay. Secondly, you hear me? Secondly, Thailand has come up with the categorization of universities. So we are now asking universities, both public and private, to choose themselves to be in one of these three categories. So the ministry has come up with, the first is world-ranking university, the second is technological university, and the third is community universities.
Sorry to interrupt, but in my screen, the slide is staying in the first slide. It is not moving, the screen.
Really?
Yeah. I only see the first slide. I cannot see whether you move to the next slide.
Okay. Do you see this? Do you see this?
Yeah, it is in, but it stay in the first slide.
Oh, what's happened there?
So when you move to the next slide, I cannot see it from here.
Now I moved to the fourth slide already.
Once you move to the next slide, it is not seen. Yeah, could you please try again? Okay, you can move to the next slide, please. Okay, now it is move. Okay. Yeah, you can go on, Prof. Thank you.
Do you see this one just now? Do you see this one?
Okay, now it is seen. Yeah.
Do you see this one?
Yes.
So this is my introduction, that the students should be trained for, their heart to be ready for these changes. Student has to change their head, because they cannot just move to one direction in the future. They have to be ready to move to on the left, on the right. And this, they have choices to use their hands, their skills in order to cope up with this. So just now I came up with, you see this slide? This slide, platform of research in education. You see this?
Yes, yes, exactly.
Okay. Just now I said that now we have a new ministry of higher education, science, research, and technology and innovation. So this is in fact from three. Okay. So the former Commission of Higher Education, the Ministry of Science Technology was brought together with National Research Fund to become a new ministry. So my point to discuss here just now is that now we have the word, quote unquote, research, the name of the ministry itself. This is the first time in our history. It means that Thailand will be serious on the research and innovation in the future. Why? Because now universities in Thailand, we don't have that much university. Kita tidak terlalu banyak macam Indonesia kan ribuan universitas ya. Tapi di Thailand, we have only less than 200 universities, both public and private. So all universities are directed to choose in three categories. The first is world-ranking university. So mostly top 10 universities in the country are driven to choose to be one of the top-ranking universities in the country. So they need more publications. So research in this kind of universities, publication in this group of universities are, highly promoted by the government, by the ministry, in order to push up these universities to be at the world class or the world rank university. And mostly, the well-established university like Chulalongkorn University, you may have heard that, Chiang Mai University in the north. Then we have Khon University in the south, in the northeast. We have Mahidol University in Bangkok, and we have Prince Sukla University in the south. And these are mostly established universities. These are mostly top 10 universities in Thailand. They are moving to this, and the funding of research works to this university are very high, very, very high. Even though, last year, the government has a big problem with, financial crisis. So research fund was cut more or less 40%, but still, the universities which are choosing themselves to be in the world ranking university are given more than, or much more than our universities. Okay, secondly, those technical universities, those vocational universities are given choices to be in the second category, because we have a lot of technological universities in Thailand. They move onward from vocational studies at the level of Mathayom, or call it from elementary schools, and then they go to middle schools, and then when they go to universities, they can directly go to technological universities. And mostly these universities are funded by the government with huge budgets on technology. We have, technical labs. We need all kind of, a lot of hardware. So in this case, many universities are choosing that. Okay, time is a bit short for me. Anyway, now I go to the third category, which is very important anyway, the community university. The community university, including my university, we choose this type of university because when we are choosing the third type, it is good for us to go down to the community. And most of our research works will be very, very global, but very, very local. But at the same time, we can bring the issues like Prof. Ulana has mentioned, the globalization. How can we bring the community into the global level? How can we bring up the products of the local of local villages or local products to become a global market? Well, now I go to the next slide. I just want to show you. You may not be able to read this, but I just want to show you that. Do you see the chart, Madam Enda? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, do you see the chart in Thai? I just want to show you that now, in order to come up with research purposely, the government has categorized. There are a body, we call it policy body. So at the national level, this policy institution will be discussing more of the policy of research countrywide. What kind of research that the country needs now, and then the second block of this chart show that who are the funding agent of the research and who are the researchers. So this chart is very clear for our Thai researchers in order to know that you are going to be in which category. You want to be a research funding agent, or you want to be in a group of research policy which are having stakeholders of the whole country, or you are going to be university who are just research recipients. So at the end of the day, in this chart, we can come up with, how can we see research finding at the end of the day become research policy next year, whatever. I have no time to discuss much on that, but I just want to say that because of having new trends of research in the country, we have come up with one diagram or one chart in order to understand the whole structure of research activity in Thailand. Well, I go to the next slide. With very short. Anyway, we do have challenges in our, when we're talking about challenges and opportunity, we have a lot of challenges. I don't have to explain how with that. You may understand by yourself this photo, this picture, what do I mean by when we want to promote research works or we want to conduct a research. Sometimes we have this problem. We have this problem as well. And sometimes we don't know where to bring the direction of research. And sometimes we cannot continue sending research finding to each other. And because of that, we have to come up with the opportunities by having, activities, workshop, and seminar in order to bring down the wall. And then, people of different group, of different stakeholders can come up and can work together. And finally, you can come with this. Now we have more multidisciplinary research. Now we have more integrated research work done in the country because of we are trying to push them to work on their expertise. For someone who are expert on one thing, let them do the best in their expertise. And what about others? So finally, at the end of the day, we group all of them in order to be in one basket. So what happened last 2 years, we have more multidisciplinary research, we have more integrated research. And what will happen? Everyone become winner, everyone become champions, everyone become best researcher. Before, normally we have, for example, 100 research works, and then finally we just admire just 1 or 2 research works. But in fact, these days, the government is trying to show that everyone can be championed by himself, or as long as you follow the methodologies, as long as your activities is done well, theoretically and practically, then you can be champion of your own research. So what we want is that everyone is happy. So this is what I'd like to share here with the audience of this international conference on the global education, that I believe that research will lead the world, that research will move the world, either IR 4.0 or in the future IR 5.0, or what pandemic comes to our world, but we are ready to move with research works. And thank you very much. Terima kasih. Okun, Khopchai, Kajizutin Bade, Selamat Po, Kebon, and Kopkun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, terima kasih. Thank you so much, Prof Sukree, who actually can also speak Indonesian. Yeah.
Ya,
Okay.
bisa.
Okay, bisa ya, Prof ya, bisa. Thank you for the very informative and interesting talk. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer sessions. There will be 2 sessions. And for the audience, you may raise your hand to speak and ask questions, or you may also type your questions in the chat feature. Any question? I'm going to look at the chat box if there is question or not. Let's see. Okay. Okay, Miss Ipah text me that she wanna ask something to Prof Sukree, please, Miss Ipah. Okay, Prof Sukree, is it fine for the audience to ask questions in Indonesian? Somebody text me privately that she want to ask you something, but it is in Indonesian. Is it fine?
Fine, fine. I can read Indonesian as well.
Okay, because I believe you can also understand and speak Indonesian well. Okay.
Yes, yes. I'll try to answer the question in Indonesian language.
Okay. I'm still reading the chat. Okay, one of the committees want to ask you something, Pak Farus.
Yes, please.
Okay. Anyone from the committee want to ask questions, please?
You can ask in Indonesian language as well. No problem.
Okay. Here we have Pak Fahrus, Pak Dr. Fahrus. Yeah.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum, Prof Sukree.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Alhamdulillah. We met again, Prof.
Yes, 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 yes.
Actually, I have 3 questions to be addressed by.
Yes, go on.
If it is possible. The first one, Prof, based on your experience as the Director of Academic Affairs of Fatoni University, what should be done by a university leader and its stakeholders to develop many aspects of university, primarily regarding university capacity, university reputation? This is the first one. And the second one is there any national policy of Thailand government to develop research, innovation, and publication strategy, especially to be a world-class university? And the last question is, Prof Sukree, I have ever visited your campus, Fatoni University in southern Thailand, and I've seen that so many foreign students studying at your campus. What strategy applied to attract many students come from across the world? Thank you, sir.
Oh, sorry, Prof Sukree, I cannot hear your voice. Prof Sukree, okay, sorry to interrupt, but your voice is not heard, cannot be heard. It is not heard, yeah?
Oh, soalnya ditutup.
Prof Sukree, could you please, the committee please don't mute Prof Sukree microphone.
Okay, I unmuted already.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for the. So 3 questions is in fact cover everything. The first question, which is about the capacity of the university for research and academic development. I would like to say that our university is a private university, But at the same time, we are private, or this is the only Islamic university in Thailand. We are we are private, but our connections with the Muslim world is very strong enough to come up with the standardized quality with Muslim countries. So if you look at our university from Bangkok, you may see this is a very small university with 4,000 students as compared to some of the universities with 10, 20, 30,000. But when you look at from our university, you look to Muslim countries, our connection with Saudi Arabia, with Malaysia, with Indonesia especially, are very strong connections. So in this case, with Bangkok or even the Ministry of Education or Ministry of High Education looks at that, they do look at us at ourselves, which is small in managing the campus, but they look how we connect to the world trend of education in Muslim countries. So in this case, we have our niche as compared to some of the universities in Thailand, because mostly universities in Thailand have the same trend. They conduct the same thing. We have teaching, we have researching, we have collaborating with some others in academic services. So when the government looks at more than 170 universities, they are the same. The most they can do is connecting to foreign universities in UK, in US, in Australia, or even in Africa, in China, or Japan and Korea. But there is no elements of 3I that I would like to say that this is the position of our university. The first I is Islamic. So when we say we are Islamic university, but of course, Dr. Farouz, we have Buddhist students to study with us. We have Christian students study with us. We don't mind, they come to the campus with, still holding their religion. But because of being Islamic, our research nature is different from any other university in the country. Because whatever, for example, when we are talking about research on education, how to bring the teaching of Islam into our research education. When we are promoting research for our lecturers in economic department or economic uh, faculty, they are working on research on zakat, research on wakaf, research on public finance or Islamic perspective. So in this case, even though we may be the number 170, you look from Bangkok, but we are number one when you look from the Islamic, the integrated point of view. This is the way that we can get research grant from the government. And for your information, in the South, we are the youngest university, but we could get more research fund from the government because when Thai government wants to work or want to cooperate with Indonesia, Malaysia, or even Arab countries, so they need our university to become the bridge to connect with all those countries. So this is how we manage our university to be always in the mind of the government, to be always in the mind of the minister. Well, the second point that you talk about how Thai government or how the Ministry of Higher Education is trying to push world-ranking universities to be stronger. In fact, there are about 5 to 6 universities in Thailand which are already in world-class, ranking. But they want to make sure that these 5 or even top 10 universities are still in the world ranking. That's why they put this category. So this category is in fact for the leading and universities with special budget. So if they want a special budget to be pushed by the government, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't have time to talk to the audience or even to you what they have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is very hard, But anyway, for others, for lecturers who want to be promoted to be guru besar, kalau mau jadi guru besar, jadi kategorinya sama. Kalau di kategori 1 world ranking,
teknologi universiti ataupun komite universiti. Jadi caranya untuk dapat guru besar itu sama aja. Cuma emphasis of the institution yang beda. Okay, the last one, bagaimana kami di kampus bisa mengambil anak-anak dari luar negara because of 3I tadi. 3I. The first I is Islamic. We have a student from China who come to our campus from Cambodia and from many more countries. We have so far 39 countries. Kita sudah ada 39 negara di kampus kami. Mereka datang karena I Islamic. Jadi anak-anak yang datang di kampus kami, walaupun mereka bukan di jurusan Islamic Studies, ada ekonominya, ada education, ada bahasa Inggris, tapi kalau mereka Muslim, kita mewajibkan mereka untuk belajar Al-Quran. Kita mengajarkan mereka untuk berintegrasi dengan ilmu-ilmu agama. Okay. Yang kedua, integration. So, why they come to our campus, especially international students, they come from Cambodia, they study Islamic studies, or sometimes they study English, but when they go back to their countries, they become imam. What happened to one of our English students from US? He comes from Los Angeles to study English in our campus. When he went back to the US, he can teach English and he become imam as well. He can read well the Quran. He can do some tafsir. So this is the second reason why they come to our campus. The third one is international, because of we are the universities which have a 4 medium of instruction. We teach in English, we teach in Arabic, we teach in Malay, and we teach in Thai. So the student can come and they can write thesis, they can write dissertation in these 4 languages that they want. And instead of going to the US, going to Malaysia, to a country of more expensive universities or more expensive higher education, they come to Thailand with cheaper education, but international. Itu Pak. Terima kasih Pak.
Thank you, Prof. So the competitive advantage of university is Islamic study.
Our Islamic studies is the smallest faculty, but being Islamic here is the Islamic environment. Islamic environment.
Yeah. By the way, the government, the Thailand of government, fully support your policy.
Yes, they are happy with that, because finally we are the only Islamic campus, Islamic university in Thailand. So by showing how democratic, how the process of educational democracy that happened, we have a Buddhist university in Thailand, we have Christian university in Thailand, and why not Islamic university? So this has become a strength of the country, the strength of the ministry to show that Thailand has also Islamic university. But in teaching, we do teach conventional and we do teach Islamic studies integratedly. Yeah.
Yeah. About language instruction in the class and the teaching learning process, you mentioned that there are 4 languages used in the class.
Yes.
It is applied. They are applied in the same time, or
no? It depends on the student who choose to study in what department, which, for example, English, Department of English, Department of Teaching in English, Department of IT, Department of Data Science, we teach in English. Department of Usuluddin, Sharia, we teach in Arabic. Department of Teaching Malay or Bahasa Indonesia, we teach in Bahasa. And the rest are in Thai. But all the international students are, made compulsory to study Thai language. So in this case, you can see that our Indonesian student, anak-anak Indonesia yang belajar sama kami S1, S2, S3, akhirnya mereka bisa bahasa Thailand juga. Itu yang bagus.
Betul.
Ya, Pak.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes.
Thank you for your comment and explanation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum. Saya minta maaf karena saya ada masalah breathing sedikit. So my voice may not be so clear.
Yeah, it's okay, Prof. Okay, thank you, Pak Dr. Fahrus, for the questions, and also thank you for the answers, Prof Sukree. And then the next question is coming from Ibu Ifa. She is the head of Indonesian major in the faculty. And then yes, is now on. Please, Ibu Ipah, the time is yours.
Oke, baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ya, mohon maaf, Prof. Saya bertanya dalam bahasa Indonesia tidak apa-apa.
Tidak apa, silakan.
Baik, terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Senang sekali bisa bertemu dengan Prof. Walaupun hanya melalui Zoom. Ada pernyataan di awal, jika saya tidak salah menangkap, begitu ya, Prof. Kalau jika nanti salah, mohon dikoreksi. Tadi Prof mengatakan bahwa pendidikan itu bukan hanya mengubah siswa yang tidak tahu menjadi tahu, tapi bagaimana mengubah siswa dan guru menjadi orang yang memiliki hati yang luas. Apakah itu betul, Prof?
Iya.
Ya. Menurut saya itu menarik sekali karena memang itulah hakikatnya pendidikan, bagaimana mendidik dengan hati, bagaimana membuat peserta didik kita menjadi orang-orang yang memiliki hati. Pertanyaan saya, bagaimana itu diwujudkan ya, Prof? Sementara sekarang di Indonesia sendiri mungkin kalau saya merasakan bahwa pendidikan, khususnya para pendidik begitu, disibukkan dengan hal-hal yang sifatnya lebih ke administratif seperti itu. Sehingga kemudian untuk waktu mendidik dengan hati dan lain sebagainya itu sedikit sekali gitu. Jadi bagaimana mungkin Prof untuk mewujudkan itu, bahwa kita sebagai pendidik akan mendidik dengan hati, dan bagaimana mengubah mereka menjadi orang-orang yang memiliki hati secara luas. Mungkin nanti di Indonesia lebih ke namanya ke arah karakter. Seperti itu, Prof. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Bu Ketua. Saya di sini mungkin ada respon kepada Bu dan untuk semua. Tapi sebelum dari itu, nanti insya Allah kita coba pikirkan sama Pak Rektor dan juga Ibu Dekan bagaimana kita bisa kerjasama antara dua universitas. Karena kami juga ada jabatan Prodi Bahasa Melayu, konsentrasi Bahasa Indonesia. Jadi kita ada kerjasama sama BIPA, sama konsulat di Thailand. Bagaimanakah kita bisa bawa anak-anak kita yang ada di bawah konsentrasi Bahasa Indonesia itu bisa ke Indonesia, dan juga bagaimana kita bisa bawakan anak-anak dari Indonesia ke kampus kami untuk anak-anak kami bisa berbahasa Indonesia gitu ya. Itu satu. Yang kedua, saya pikirkan mungkin salah, tapi saya yakin bahwa ini benar untuk saya. Yaitu kita sebagai murabbi, sebagai pendidik, ini kita murabbi. Kalau bahasa Arab ya bagi saya pakai kita murabbi. Kenapa kita murabbi? Karena kalau pendidikan itu dalam bahasa Arab dipanggil sebagai tarbiyah. Sebagai tarbiyah ya. Tarbiyah, istilah tarbiyah ini kalau yang pendidik, kalau yang mengajar, yang mendidik itu kita panggil dalam bahasa Arabnya murabbi. Jadi istilah murabbi ini ada kaitan dengan Rabb, dengan Tuhan, dengan Rabb. Jadi Tuhan ataupun Rabb ini adalah alim yang Tuhan dalam sifatnya rububiyah. Rububiyah itu yang bagi kita makan, yang kasih kita ilmu, yang apa semuanya itu. Jadi kita akan jadi kuat, hati kita akan jadi kuat karena kita mempelajari ilmu-ilmu dari Tuhan melalui kita yang jadi murabbi, yang jadi pendidik. Jadi Tuhan itu kuat, Tuhan itu berani, Tuhan itu hebat. Jadi kita setelah kita mendapat ilmu dari Tuhan melalui guru-guru kita, pendidik-pendidik ini, jadi kita menyebabkan kita jadi kuat, jadi berani. Karena kita bersama Tuhan. Lagi kita dekat sama Tuhan, lagi kita akrab dengan Tuhan melalui ilmunya itu. Jadi kita lebih hebat, hati kita lebih berani untuk menegakkan apa itu kebenaran dan jauhkan dari kedoleman gitu ya. Itu kepahaman saya, yang saya paham. So, apabila Tuhan mengatakan alastu birabbikum qalu bala syahidna, adakah aku Tuhan kamu? Itu adalah proses pendidikan di waktu kita dalam alam ruh lagi, Bu. Maaf ya, terlalu dalam ini.
Iya, iya.
Di waktu kita berada dalam alam roh, kita belum lagi sebagai manusia di dunia ini, Tuhan sebagai pendidik, Tuhan sebagai murabbi, dan Tuhan menggunakan question and answer. Adakah aku Tuhan kamu? Jadi roh semuanya menjawab kepada Tuhan, bala syahidna. Ya, kami semua menyaksikan bersama bahwa Tuhan itu guru kita, Tuhan itu murabbi kita. Jadi dengan itu, pendidikan bukan hanya transfer of knowledge, bahkan empowerment of knowledge, tetapi untuk Tuhan menjagakan kita jangan jadi takabur, jangan jadi terlalu berani, terlalu hati itu keras. Maka Tuhan ada satu ayat lagi, wa ma utitu minal ilmi illa qalila, wa ma utitu, dan aku tidak memberikan kamu daripada ilmu-ilmu illa, melainkan sedikit aja. Jadi berarti yang kita dapat profesor, yang kita dapat doktor, apa semua itu, di sisi Tuhan ini dikit sekali itu. Jadi kita mendidik anak-anak kita untuk jadi berani, hatinya bersama Tuhan. Oleh karena Tuhan itu hebat, Allah itu qahar. Jadi kita pendidik, anak-anak pendidik juga jadi hebat. Tapi jangan sampai takabur, karena ilmu yang kita dapat itu illa qalila, dikit sekali. That's why saya sebutkan tadi begitu. Jadi kalau proses industri itu kita bukan hanya memberi ilmu, dan at the end of the semester kita evaluate. Kita ada exam, apakah berapakah dan banyak manakah tahu, bahkan sebenarnya apakah yang jadi kesan dalam hidup mereka. Itu aja, Bu. Maaf kalau tidak bisa paham bahasa saya.
Iya, saya paham, Prof. Artinya bahwa misalnya ketika saya mengajarkan bahasa Indonesia gitu ya, contoh mengajarkan atau bahasa secara keseluruhan, bahwa dengan bahasa itu, dengan kita mempelajari bahasa itu, seharusnya lebih menguatkan kita bahwa Tuhan kita, yaitu Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala itu maha besar, karena sudah mampu menciptakan bahasa, bisa membuat kita jadi berbahasa. Begitukah, Prof?
Ya, benar. Dan bayangkan kalau sebagai dosen bahasa Indonesia, berapa ratus juta umat yang Islam dan bukan Islam yang bertutur, bercakap dalam bahasa Indonesia. Ini bahasa yang dikasih oleh Tuhan. Maka kita sebagai dosen, sebagai student bahasa Indonesia, ini sebagai satu nikmat. Jadi student itu bukan hanya dapat ilmu bahasa, bahkan dapat juga ilmu iman itu. Kepada siapa yang kasih bahasa itu. Karena bahasa-bahasa, nama-nama semuanya itu, di waktu Allah mengajarkan Adam alaihissalam, asma-asma, nama-nama semua itu adalah bahasa. Termasuk juga bahasa Indonesia. Ya itu, Bu. Cuman yang terakhir, Bu, untuk jadikan anak-anak kita itu kuat di sisi hati, jangan lupalah doa. Saya syaratkan kepada semua guru, semua pendidik, jangan lupa di waktu malam, setelah kita mengajar mereka, di waktu malam kita berdoa dan sebut langsung nama-nama student kita itu. Muhammad, Yunus, Ali, ya Allah, biarlah mereka paham apa yang ku ngajar. Kenapa? Allah sebagai muqallib al-qulub. Allah sebagai orang yang muqallib, yang aturkan qulub, hati. Jadi kalau kita minta sama Tuhan, jadi Tuhan akan menggerakkan hati-hati anak-anak kita itu bisa paham apa yang kita ngajar. Ini yang bedanya kita yang percaya dengan Tuhan dengan mereka yang tidak percaya dengan Tuhan, cara pendidiknya. Thank you very much.
Ya, terima kasih Prof. Masya Allah, materi yang sangat menyentuh Prof bagi saya, karena mungkin selama saya ikut seminar atau apa, jarang sekali pendidik yang mengaitkan antara atau pemateri yang mengaitkan antara materi dengan rububiyah seperti, dan memang itu penting sekali. Terima kasih Prof. Jazakallah khairan.
Alhamdulillah. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Miss Eva. Prof Sukree, she is asking about that teaching is not only about transferring knowledge from teacher to students or making the students from unknown become known, but this is the point about how to teach with heart. Yeah, how to teach with heart, and then this gonna be gotten by closer to God and make God become the source of knowledge. Yeah, so it make the students have strong characters. Okay. Okay, we still have time for question and answer sessions, and then I see the chat here, and then the question is from Yayan Suryana, and then the question is, what kind of educational research fields are mostly used in your country, so that we can do the research together, Prof Sukree. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ibu Yayan. I myself is not from Faculty of Education, but I can share with you, and I can suggest this to the Faculty of Education, especially the Dean of Education. The educational research that we are focusing in our universities or even in Thailand now is mostly these days on three things. The first is on inputs of education. When I talk about inputs of education, I include the curriculum, the curriculum. And when I talk about curriculum, there may be, integrated curriculum or, how to call it, multidisciplinary curriculum. Because I don't know in Indonesia, but in Thailand, students need to study, we call it general education. So when they study general education, they need more or less about 32 credit hours to 36 credit hours. So in this case, there are, for example, now there are some research works has been done instead of letting aside general education studies, we can also bring these 32 credit hours to the departmental subjects by recruiting lecturers who can bring the idea and philosophy of general education into the subject directly. So in this case, the student can finish faster. The student do not have to take, 32 jam credit, and finally they have also to take departmental subjects. But if the lecturer themselves, now we are conducting research, if we can come up with, how to recruit a lecturer or dosen yang bisa integrate ilmu-ilmu yang ada di general education on basic science, basic philosophy, basic human sciences, basic social sciences into the subjects in education, so they can put more subjects on educational development directly. So this is what I mean by research on curriculum. Research on the input. For example, we are having students from different countries, Ibu Yayan. So the student coming from Africa, coming from China, coming from Singapore, Indonesia, are having different background. When we bring them into one class, so the hard work has been given to the lecturer. So the university is now conducting research. How can we bring them into a basket in 1 year? Try to adapt them to each other. For those who are too high and for those who are too low in education as input, how can we adapt themselves to be the same level as much as possible before going up to first year? So in this case, we can see that the student of the freshies, the first year student, not only in my campus but also in different campus in Thailand, when we recruit international students, we have the same problem. But fortunately, our students from China, for example, from Cambodia, for example, sometimes they come to our university with zero Arabic or zero English. If they follow the program with English language, they come with zero English. But after one semester, they can cope up very fast. And after 4 years, they become first-class students. But this happened not by our plan. It happened by itself because of the strength of the student. But now we want this to be designed well, to be put well. So this is what I mean by the research on educational research on inputs. And when we go to educational research on processes, we talk about instruction of media, we talk about pedagogy, we talk about language education, and presentation mode, and then the education research on output is also other issues which are very important. This is what we are conducting now by our lecturers in our campus. So if you really want to work together with us or have joint research with us, I can introduce you to Pak Dekan, Prof Sukree, also Prof Sukree Langputeh, and you can visit us after COVID. I can give you his WhatsApp number so you can talk to him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of the presentation. We would like also to say thanks again to Prof Sukree. Thank you very much, Prof Sukree.
Prof, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May Allah bless you. All good works. Farus.
Your presentation is very well. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And thank you to my moderator as well.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof Sukree. And then I'd like also to say thank you very much to the audience for the active participation. Hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Let's give one applause. Give applause for Prof Sukree.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Applause.
Okay, welcome back to the first Global Conference on Education 2020. That is the beautiful performance from traditional musical instrument of West Java. It is called kecapi in Indonesia from Mr. Aldi. Thank you so much. And then now we are going to continue our meeting to the next agenda. That is to hear the second plenary presentation. And again, will be moderated by me. And then the presenter is Dr. Sana Anwar Lasari from University Utara Malaysia. Okay, I now can see you, Dr. Sana. How are you?
I'm fine, Alhamdulillah. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. What do you think about this conference? You know, there are more than 700 participants
Yes, I can see
participate
a
in this
huge
conference.
audience, and I really enjoyed the sessions, and uh, and I can see things are still possible even though we are in a pandemic situation. That is very positive aspect of technology.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Could you please try? Oh no, the slide I have got the slides, and then the committee will help to show the slides from here. Yeah. But before the presentation begins, I'd like to introduce you to the audience, to all the audience. She is an enthusiastic starter with strong leadership and communication skill. And here it is, the educational attainment. I hope the committee can show the curriculum vitae of Dr. Sana so audience can see the curriculum vitae. Please, the committee. I'm also reading the curriculum vitae. This is educational attainment, Bachelor in Arts, University of the Punjab. The second is Masters in Applied Psychology, University of the Punjab. And then PhD in Educational Psychology, University Utara Malaysia. Yeah, there are still a long description, a long point of her curriculum vitae. Could you please show the curriculum vitae so the audience can see her curriculum vitae, the committee? Okay, wait a second. Because one of the audience asked me to show the curriculum vitae of the presenters so the audience can see about the curriculum vitae. Okay, wait a sec. Okay, wait a second. Yeah, we still prepare for showing the curriculum vitae of Dr. Sana Anwar Lasari. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Sana. Yeah, here it is. Mr. Pahrus is also here.
Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, Waalaikumsalam. What's the weather there? What's the weather?
It's starting to have winter. We have winter now. It's cold.
Oh, yeah. Are you in your house or in the office
Yes.
now?
Yeah, I'm at home today. I'm in my house in Pakistan.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So the committee is showing the curriculum vitae. It is seen or not? Yeah. Now it is seen the curriculum vitae of Dr. Sana Anwar Lasari from University Utara Malaysia. Okay, the audience can see the profile of her, the profile summary, enthusiastic starter with strong leadership and communication skill, and so on and so forth. It is started from educational attainment in 2015 until 2019 in University Utara Malaysia, taking PhD in educational psychology, and then Masters in Applied Psychology, University of the Punjab in 2012 and then 2014, and then working experience, yes. Okay, scroll down, please. Okay. And then this is the research publications. Wow, there are so many publications. There are so many research publications. Amazing. And then you can scroll down again. Scroll down. Please, the committee, scroll down. There are so many research publications of Dr. Sana. And then research interest is cross-cultural studies, teaching and learning, counseling in higher education, and then research activities here, conference presentation. So she is also experienced in presenting material in conference presentation and also workshops. There are so many workshops participated by Dr. Sana. And okay, scroll down again. And then reviewer, and this is also a reviewer in several scholars journals, International Journal for Students and Partners, and then International Journal of Cognitive Research Science, Engineering and Education. International Journal of Instruction, Journal of Applied Higher Education, International Journal of Educational Policy Research and Review, and Journal of Education and Learning. Okay, this is the skills and abilities. Skills, ability you can read and you can see from there. This is the curriculum vitae, personal background, and yeah. Okay, okay, that's awesome. That's amazing. Okay, thank you, the committee. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Sana to start your presentation. The time is yours, please.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank again, since in 2019, I visit Groningen University, where we had a mobility program, and due to which I came to Indonesia, and I really enjoyed my time in Indonesia, and I love Indonesian hospitality. So first, really thank you very much. And without any further delay, I would like to talk about today early childhood education. In early childhood education, there is a very prominent figure, Maria Montessori. Maybe some of you know her. She was the first to study mentally disabled children in asylums in Rome. And from her discoveries from mentally disabled children, she used those techniques for normal children. The first school that she started doing this practice was opening in 1907 in Italy. And she came up with the idea that in classroom we should use child-centered approach so we can meet the needs of children in age-specific range. She was focusing on children physical, social, emotional, and cognitive development. So her philosophical roots and the approach that she was using in a classroom setting was that the teacher should provide the stimulus, and the teacher is the most important figure in the classroom, and the environment, the material, they play a secondary role. So the curriculum is separated from everyday life and has little contextual meaning. Students, they are expected to learn this information and to demonstrate that they have mastered the material, but very little emphasis was given to creative, original thought and success, which is heavily weighted in the favor of memorized fact. So students are motivated by reward and punishment, which is thought to facilitate their learning. However, there was a problem with that paradigm that was used in classroom settings. So since the students simply need to parrot back the curriculum, it does not lend itself to the development of high-level thinking skills, their cognitive skills. So because there is rarely any student interest in the material being taught, so for the most part, students simply memorize the fact to pass the test and they quickly forget them. So Maria Montessori, she focused to facilitate educators to make learning more fruitful, long-lasting, and a continual part of life. Then Maria Montessori, she focused on the concept of adaptive learning, where the role of a learner as well as the role of educator, I will explain. I hope you can see my slides.
Yes, yes, Miss Sana, I can see your slide.
Okay, thank you very much. So now I would like to tell you something about adaptive learning. What is actually adaptive learning? Adaptive learning, actually it came from School of Cognitive Psychology. And what we are doing is that we are focusing on experimental learning, which is learning through life experiences to construct knowledge. So in her theory, she used the term adaptive learning, which means challenging thinking by integrating prior knowledge to create new knowledge. This challenge led the learner to create original and he became more inventive in his learning through project-based learning and hands-on experimentation through collaborative work. So the role of a learner was using this approach, students, they become self-directed, they become creative and innovative behavior. They show innovative behavior, which is progressively begin to take responsibility of their own learning as they gain the skills to do so. Consequently, mastery of skills and problem solving gained from experimentation, which give confidence to their learning potential. However, on the other hand, what was the role of an educator or a teacher? Her role or his role is to facilitate, is to help students in take active roles in discovery and in coming to their own conclusion. Maria Montessori, she focused on three aspects of the children, which were spiritual perception, preparation, intellectual preparation, psychic and physical preparation. So she highlighted that in spiritual preparation, teacher train in the process of teacher training, she believed that educators must cultivate their spiritual preparation by practicing mindfulness activities that will increase spirituality, inner peace, patience, humility, and self-respect in the learners. So sufficient knowledge which is related to subject and she know what happens in the classroom. A teacher should have adequate knowledge regarding his or her subject and she will be aware of the weakness that needs to be corrected in the classroom setting. Maria philosophy is that child are naturally eager to learn and they are capable of initiating learning within a supportive environment. Some of a very distinctive feature of Maria Montessori were distinctive, the triangle and planes of development. So in distinctive, what refers to distinctive is the multi-age grouping from peer learning, uninteractive blocks of discovery time, guided choice of work activities, and specially designed learning material. Whereas in triangle, she focuses to refer to the role of three influential support a child can get, her student, teacher, and the environment. So these three support collectively encourage independence, freedom without limits, and provide a sense of order to the students. So the child use what the environment offers and interact with the teacher only as a support or a guidance where it is needed. Now, in terms of planes of development, in Montessori, four stages of development were labeled as planes. So the first and the third stage or the plane are periods where intense creation will happen, whereas in the second and fourth, it's a very calm plane in the stage of human development, child development. So the four planes in the first plane of development, it refers to early childhood age. So normally the most critical part of plane in terms of learning is from age 0 to 3, where the child perform unconscious tasks, and from 3 to 6 is the stage of conscious performance of the task. So this first plane characterized by the intense need for order language development, refinement of senses, movement, concrete thinking, construction of physical person, character, physique, independence. So the whole concept in the first plane revolves around the fact that I do it myself. Child, when he is developing in this stage, he think that I do it myself. So in the second plane of development, that is between the age 6 to 12, the child construction of intelligence will happen. So second plane is characterized by reasoning. with imagination and logic. So this stage is a thirst of knowledge, learning about universe and his or her place, a sense of morality and justice, reasoning skills, the why and how, intellectual independence. I can think it myself sort of concept revolves around a child. Whereas in the third plane of development, that is 12 to 18, it's a stage of adolescence construction of social self and what we can characterize as self-concern and self-assessment. So the prominent attribute is critical thinking and re-evaluation. So hence it is considered as a transition period from both physical and mental state where children are trying to find place in the world construction of social and moral values of ongoing cultural development. Whereas in the last stage, that is between 18 to 24, this is the stage of adulthood. So the adulthood, the construction is of self-understanding. Now humans start to understand itself and it is characterized by construction of spiritual values, conscious adjustment, judgment of right and wrong, and seeking one's own place in the world. So now, if we look back at the Montessori method, learning, if we have to conduct learning in a classroom environment, how we can use the Montessori method in the child development that will enable a smooth learning process. So in Montessori method, since it is focusing on the environment, which means that the teacher must be very pleasing in appearance, where each element exists for its reason in order to help the development of the child. A Montessori classroom integrate children of mixed ages that are grouped in period of 3 years. This promote their socialization, respect, harmony within themselves naturally. So then they use the concept of tangible materials. What they do is, in Montessori, materials were scientifically designed in an experimental content within the classroom that pays special attention to child interest. Since earlier, when in education, they were not focusing on child interest. They solely come, they teach without looking into the developmental stages and how child development should be inculcated in the curriculum. So Maria, she focused a lot in paying attention to the child interest. So they say that this stage we're going through with the belief that manipulating concrete objects help in the development of abstract thinking. So the material that is used in a Montessori settings that allow children to investigate and explore in a personal and independent way. So they make repetitive possible and this promotes concentration among children. So they know that errors are part of learning process and making children responsible of their own learning and help them in developing their own sense. The child take responsibility of their own learning. The role of teacher in the child development or learning is just to facilitate the process of learning. So now if I talk about the curriculum that was devised in Montessori by Montessori, from the birth to 3 years old, the Montessori education, they concentrate in the development of speaking, coordinated movements, and independence, which give the child confidence and allow him to discover their own potential and find their place within the community because they were focusing that community play a special role in the learning process. So there is a teacher that will just facilitate the learning and there is an environment that is very friendly that will help them discover their own potentials within that community. So the student, they learn from their observations and the materials which help them to do the task, such as maybe maybe some of you have kids. So there is a dough, and the child, using their motor skills, using their hand movements, they learn how to prepare and form different shapes. So in this way, he is using his cognitive ability uh, to create something new, and he is learning, he is defining his fine motor skills. But from the age of 3 to 6 year old, the classroom curriculum for children is divided into 4 working areas. Now, they are not focusing solely on the motor aspect of the child, they shifted the aspect to intellectual abilities, fine and motor abilities such as practical life, sensorial, language of the child, and mathematics. So in these working areas, they develop fine motor skills, practical life, like they perform the task for better learning. Like I can give an example, like you hold a thing, you care for self activities like you brush your hair, you care for the environment, you clean, you mop, you sweep. So these activities were started to perform, so that will enable autonomy among kids, that will enhance their fine motor skills. In practical life, so there were activities that aim to care of the person, or they have to take care of a person. They were given small responsibilities of others and of their physical environment where the child is living, either it is in a classroom setting or a home setting. So these activities normally they are like we have to make kid familiar with some washing, polishing your shoes, how to settle your table in an order manner, how to arrange flowers, and some basic table manners are taught at that stage. So the purpose of doing all these practical life activities was to help child gain control in coordination of their movement, and the child will gain independence and it start to adopt to their society. So therefore, the importance to teaching, not correcting. We are not focusing to correct a child. We are just facilitating a child in teaching so that he can learn on their own. The child is fully functional member in his society. That is what we are trying to help a child or to facilitate in his learning. So, in maybe because we are talking about some supportive activities, collaborative learning, peer pressure, and all. So, what actually some of exercises that we can do at that stage, like some practical exercises, can be like the child learn with the care and maintenance that help in everyday life. Like these activities could be that washing of your hand and take care of the environment, like use outdoor sweeping, some dusting of the table. So he will take responsibility of like I have to clean my surface. Wherever I sit, he know that I should not spread some any rubbish around me. So this is in this way they are exercising within a group to take responsibility of their own self, and in the control of the moment exercise, the child learn on their own movements, and they learn how to refine his coordination with such activities as walking on the line. We will teach them, like we will draw a line and they are asked to walk within a line, like when they go out of the classroom, they have to walk, they move within lines. So so this is how their practical life activities were conducted in a Montessori classroom. Now I would like to discuss something about sensorial activities that are conducted. Sensorial means that are related to our senses. So use of our intellectual abilities. So sensorial materials, they are the tools that help child to refine their senses. So the material is isolated as specific quality, like small on the basis of their size, weight, texture, flavor. So in the preschool age, when the child are bombarded with sensorial information, these material allow them to find order and meaning of the world. They raise their capacity of perception, flavoring observation, and a sense of admiration of everything that's around them. So there we use different gadgets that are used to visualize the senses. For example, cylindrical box. So if we want to give a child uh, to understand the concept of thick and thin, we can give him a cylinder, and we can teach them or give them the concept of thick, thin, how big it is, how small it is, how deep it is, how shallow it is. Or we use a pink tower. Pink tower is actually 10 cubes, and the purpose is to we have to tell child on the concept of height. So they're taught to align them in such a way that they will build a tower, so they understand the concept of height. Also we can use rods, so we tell them the dimensions if we have to teach them about length. So we use some rods in order for them to learn what is the concept of length. Now, at this age, we are also focusing on child language development. So when the child he enters in the environment at the age of classroom settings, at the age of 3, they enrich the language that they had already acquired. They are capable of using it intellectually with perception and beauty, slowly realizing its properties. So they learn to write, they starting with the senses, hearing and touch. And as natural consequence, they will learn to read. Like if a teacher is talking, write a letter. So they are listening. The sense of listening is used. And when he is using a pencil to draw the alphabet, he is using the sense of touch. And in this way, his learning will start. So the extension of language activities can be like they will learn about geography, history, art, and music. Like we have poems that they learn about some small concept. So in this way, as the extension of language activities, we can see that in the areas, for example, in her surrounding, and to realize that the place of child is occupied within the world. So a teacher will teach him to respect and love his environment, and they create a sense of solidarity within that classroom setting. So the major focus is to enrich a child vocabulary. And since we are in an environment where technology is integrated within learning, teaching and learning, so multiple ed tech sources are also used in day-to-day activities so that the child can develop and enrich his vocabulary. Like I Spy games, there are rhyming songs, and there are digital storytelling, there is a library corner. So these all will help them to create their vocabulary. And with the use of vocabulary, slowly, child is learning to develop a language. Then last, they focus on mathematics. So the mathematics, so the material that the child to learn and understand mathematical concept when working with concrete materials that led to her unthinking of abstract concept. So they offer some sensorial impression of the numbers. Like, for example, in algebra and geometry, there are 5 disciplines in mathematics. We have number group, we have linear group, we have decimal group, we have memory. In memory, they use a dot game. And then we have abstraction group. In number group, what we are doing, we develop to introduce concept of number. But at this stage, we usually would start from a 0 to 10 material that is used were sandpaper material. We use sandpaper to teach them between numbers from numbers 0 to 10. Then we teach them about linear group. We add beads so that they know the concept of number, and the concept of number are added until 100. The child, they will slowly add a bead, and then they will count, and from this they will learn to add material. So then we also teach them decimal groups. Decimal from unit, what is unit, 10, 100, and thousands are introduced within those beads. So the last section we can talk about is memory. What we do to enhance their memory, we introduce some charts of addition, how we add, how we subtract, how we multiply. And then there is a very famous game that in Montessori, or Maria Montessori, she for learning or teaching mathematics, she introduced was the dot game for learning and memory. See, whatever I just mentioned, these are some of the implications of Maria Montessori within a classroom setting. So thank you very much for listening. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sana, for the informative and interesting talk about early age education. She presented a bit about Montessori education, that it is a method of education which is based on self-directed activity, hands-on learning, and collaborative play. Yeah. And then now we come to the question and answer sessions. We have 20 minutes for this session. For the audience, you can raise your hand or you can ask your questions by typing in the chat feature. Any question, please? Okay. Okay, I'm going to read the chat first and looking at the participants. Is there any question from the participants? I read from the chat. Okay. Is it fine if the question coming from me, Dr. Sana?
Sure.
Okay. You told me about early childhood education, huh? And then actually I have 1-year-old son. Okay, 1-year-old son. And what do you think? When is the best time for me to register my son to begin school? Is it fine if I register my son, who is still 1 year old, to study in the preschool, for example? What do you think?
If you are a working woman, I would say yes. See, in early childhood, we actually started very formal education from the age of 3.
Yeah.
And before that, we are just focusing on the developmental stages. We are focusing if the child has language started at the right time. He started to speak at the right time. His movement and coordinations are okay and age appropriate. So if you talk about Montessori education, so I will tell you that from the age of 3 onwards, it is the right time. Since I went to school when I was 3.5.
Okay.
So yes, in the beginning, I can say it is a bit hard for a child to adapt to a classroom setting. But if you see a Montessori classroom, we have an environment that is very friendly.
Yeah.
It is not like a normal classroom setting. They will sit on a carpet, and usually the classroom is arranged in a manner that they are sitting within groups, and they will so that they can interact with other students. And mostly we focus on activity based learning.
Okay.
Not there is not a devised curriculum that we focus on based on the child, their needs or interest. We develop every day different activities that allow him to learn.
Okay.
So if you say which is the best age,
Yeah.
so I think 3 and above is a good age for a child to go into a Montessori classroom.
Okay, so it's about 3 above, yeah, 3 years
Yeah,
above.
3 years above.
1 year old is still not enough to start studying at school.
Yes, 1 year is let him walk first to a school.
Okay,
Let
thank
him
you,
take
Dr.
him
Sana.
from his
And then,
feet.
yeah, I have a chat to my WhatsApp, and then the question is coming from my friend, and then she want to ask about because you know today the technology gains educators interest, including us also lectures, to be utilized in our teaching and learning process. And in your opinion, which software may be user-friendly and educationally appropriate for early primary school children?
Are you talking about some of the apps that are appropriate? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now you see, technology has advanced a lot, and especially in educational setting.
Yeah.
And there are specific apps, the dot game, which is very famous. So the child will learn the concept of adding and making a line, because what we are talking about is very early age, like at the age of 3. So if the child is that young, he can't play more advanced staged games. So what we focus is that he'll know what is the concept of a straight line,
Yeah.
a bend or a curve. So if you see those games that are available in Play Store,
Yeah.
for early childhood they have separate games. So that games are actually focusing on very basic concepts of mathematics, and we also want children to learn through their senses, like we want them that their fine motor skills are developed. By motor skills I mean their hand movements, because we want them to understand how to hold a pencil since the child is very young at that age. So they will learn the games are very just like draw some straight line, a circle, draw a circle, what is a rectangle. So we will teach them some very basic concepts of height. If something we like they need to draw a cylinder, so they know what is the concept of height, how tall it is, how wide it is. So these concepts, these are initial concepts that are inculcated in those apps. And yes, I believe that modern technology, um, uh, they are focusing a lot on early childhood education. And if you see some experimental studies, a child that they go for a normal schooling, not focused on Montessori education or Montessori curriculum of education. So if you see, there are a lot of difference between the kids that they went to a Montessori school, because they're basic, they're intellectual, they're fine motor, they're sensorial, all these activities, they were practiced so much that help them, like when they are in the environment, they can socialize well, they can collaborate with the other students, and they can make friends, and they are not very shy, because because in a Montessori classroom, the teacher is playing a role of a facilitator. She is not giving a direct lecture or not giving direct directions to our children. Our focus is just we help them. We just facilitate in their learning. We will not tell them what is right or wrong. We will just facilitate them, and they will think on their own that am I doing it in a right way? Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sana. Okay. Thank you. There is a question from the chat box. It is from Pitriani. Dear Dr. Sana, what do you think about the notion that the Montessori method has too loose a curriculum and too free classroom situation? Okay.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Yeah.
Okay, in Montessori, there is a curriculum, but the curriculum, it is not like the curriculum that we have in kindergarten or in other schools. Because we, here in Montessori, we focus on activities. Like if I want to teach a concept of walking on a straight line, if I want to teach them what is a straight line, what I'll do, I will do it with an activity. I will tell them, I will put tape on the floor, and I will ask them that they should follow this line, they should follow this tape to walk. And when they will do so, I will teach them what is actually they are doing. They are learning the concept to walk straight. There is what we are doing is use of using some activities to teach the concept. So concept is there, curriculum is there, but we are not using a normal traditional way of teaching it. We are doing each and everything through the using different activities, using different play activities. So by playing, actually the child is learning, but he did not know that there like we are forcing him into something. Because in other setting, if a child is told, okay, you have to write it down, or you have to complete this page or something like this, he will not take, because he is too young, he will not take interest in the classroom setting. He would not like to make friends. He will think that he has to wake up early in the morning and go to a school. He would not like that setting. So if in a classroom, all this is done, but using activities. This is what is the soul of a Montessori classroom, that we focus on teaching a child using different activities. So they are learning all the basic concepts. You see, as I tell you, we are focusing on the four concepts. We are teaching the mathematics and etc. But all this is done using different activities. So there is curriculum, but the curriculum is based on is activity based.
Okay, so it is activity based, yeah. In
Yeah,
Montessori
it is
education, it is
in
activity based.
Montessori. Yes, it is an activity based learning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We still have time, maybe for the last question. Yeah, the last question I can see here from Pak Marwito. How will the early childhood education help the children in later ages, Dr. Sana?
Okay, how early childhood will help the child in later ages?
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Okay, in early childhood education, we are focusing on the cognitive abilities, on the thinking pattern of a child. We focus on the child development. So whatever is devised in early childhood, that is very much focused on their developmental stages. You see, in each developmental stage, there is certain activities that will be done, or there are certain areas that we focus. Like in very early child, we do not teach them. We focus on their motor skills, how to hold a pencil, how to hold a cup. And then, for example, when they are 6 year old, we teach them how to take responsibility of themselves and their environment. We teach them cleanliness concept, like they have to mop their classroom. And then we like other critical thinking aspects, like we want them to learn about some basic mathematics. What is the concept of addition? What is a concept of subtraction? We give them some beads, and if they put one by one, they are adding. And if they have to take out a bead, we teach them, okay, this is now what we are doing is we are subtracting. Then we give some daily life example. Okay, I will give you 10 or 100 rupiah. Okay, so you go to a market, and some very small amount we give them, and we want to ask them how the concept of mathematics is in this way. The concept of mathematics is inculcated: multiplication, or very small multiplication, not a bigger number. So if we see how it will help in later ages. Okay, since it focus on your developmental stages, it focus on the activity and in a very practical life environment. So when the kids that they follow Montessori method, when they grow up, they are more sociable because they were given autonomy in their early ages. They were taught to take responsibility. So those kids that follow Montessori method of learning, they are found by researchers that they are more responsible of their own self, of their environment, as compared to the traditional settings. They will socialize better, they will communicate better, since we focus a lot on their communication, on their coordination. So these kids, in their later lives, they are found to be more self-responsible, more autonomous, and they know how to live in harmony because these concepts were inculcated in their early ages, in their early childhood development. All these factors were taken good care of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. I think this is the last question from Mr. Slamet Arifin. He is one of the lecturers in this Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. And then the question is, it's always interesting to talk about Montessori concept, but how to implement the Montessori concept in the educational practice during the pandemic period? Okay, the pandemic situation.
Thank you very much. This is something we have recently gone through, and yes, when we see that, okay, now day-to-day activities are not possible, what we are going to do. So what we actually did in this time is we started an online learning. But you see that the child is very young at this age, and having an online classroom setting, it was not a good practice. So what we did, we prepared several worksheets, and we trained the parents because we focus on facilitator. So facilitator, it can either be a teacher in a classroom setting or a parent at home setting. So we had some small group discussions, or you can say we had some group therapies where we started to teach the same methodologies that we were using in day-to-day activities in a classroom setting. We started to speak to their parents. We teach them how these concepts will be taught, what methods or techniques or what practical life activities they can do at home to teach the same concepts. So in the pandemic situation in which child is not able to come to a normal school, so the facilitator, where it was a teacher, in this situation became a mother or a father or anyone who is at home. And so what we were doing, we have same classroom, like we will have an online classroom. Worksheets were sent to their kids, and they were taught how to teach this concept today. And the child, for example, if they color or paint, or we want to use some activities like they will cut and paste and make different and paste in a tree, in a house. So their motor activities and all those concepts were still focused, but now only the facilitator was changed from a teacher to a parent.
Okay, so the same happened to this university. You know, the pandemic has caused the sudden shift from face-to-face teaching method to online learning. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sana, for the great presentation. Thank you for the answers, and also thank you for the active participation from the participants and audience. This is the end of the presentation. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Please, let's give one again big applause for Dr. Sana. Yay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sana.
Thank you.
This is the city of Kuningan with so many tourism spots here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first Global Conference on Education 2020. Now we are continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to hear the presentation which will be delivered by Dr. Iskandar MM from Universitas Kuningan, Indonesia. And it will be moderated by Mr. Marwito Wihadi, MPD. The time is yours, please.
Thank you, moderator. We're waiting for Mr. Iskandar on the display on the screen. Pak Iskandar. Sudah dalam.
Halo.
Selamat pagi Pak Iskandar.
Are you hear me?
Ya.
Pagi.
Tampilan itunya belum ada ya. What is it? Ya. Ya. Okay, I think activate the video, get the video on, get the camera on. Ya.
Video gaptek.
Sambil menunggu.
Morning,
Ya.
Mr. Ito.
Selamat pagi Pak Iskandar. Sehat Pak Yes?
Alhamdulillah. Sangat stres. Are you hear me?
Yeah. I can listen to you, but I think your camera hasn't got it on yet. Kameranya belum muncul. Ya, walaupun yeah. I would like to say thank you for also. Finally then, Pais, I'm happy to see you here. Yeah, Pais is very.
Alhamdulillah.
Saya sangat kenal dengan Pak Iskandar. Some people call him guru. Personally, secara pribadi, I call him Maha. Saya memanggil beliau Maha Guru, because Pak Iskandar wisdom, kebijaksanaan, how to be wise, anticipating problems, current problems, and also unforeseen problems. Pak Iskandar punya waktu 20 menit untuk menyajikan ide-idenya yang brilian, 20 minutes to present his brilliant ideas concerning creative thinking. Tapi sebelumnya saya akan memperkenalkan dulu verbally, secara verbal saya akan mengucapkan terima kasih, dan Pak Iskandar ini adalah the former UNIKU rektor, mantan rektor UNIKU selama hampir 2 periode ya. Kemudian at present Pak Iskandar is the president of Association of Indonesian Islamic Intellectuals in Kuningan, ketua ICMI cabang Kuningan ya. Juga Pak Iskandar adalah the director of postgraduate programs in UNIKU. Pak Is, silakan, you have 20 minutes to deliver your presentation about how to nurture creative thinking. Bagi para audiens, saya akan informasikan bahwa pertumbuh kembangan creative thinking, berpikir kreatif, is very important for students, and Pak Iskandar is going to explore for you, so we have that insight. Silakan Pak Is, waktu, time is yours. Silakan Pak Is, 20 menit ke depan.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ito, my good friends. Thank you, Mrs. Endang. How about you? Okay, good morning to all. Good morning to previous speakers, presenter, and participants. I hope that all of you find pleasure in taking part in this virtual conference, the first conference in UNIKU, yeah?
Yeah, good morning.
Special thanks to the committee. Special thanks to the committee, personally trusting me to be given a privilege on this conference, so that I can gladly present 80 principles in education practice in order to nurture student creative thinking. The presentation shall be delivered in Bahasa Indonesia, so that my ideas are to be completely fully comprehended. Selamat pagi teman-teman semua, menjelang siang, gitu ya. Saya harap Anda semua bahagia hari ini. Saya akan menyampaikan presentasi di dalam bahasa Indonesia, tetapi PPT-nya di dalam bahasa Inggris. Mohon waktu sebentar. Itu muncul gambar-gambar itu ya.
Ini ininya aktif kok.
Udah dibuka tadi. Just minute. Tadi udah dibuka.
Nah, ini share-nya.
Kok nggak muncul ya share-nya?
Udah jadi co-host. Sudah jadi. Nggak bisa share, Pak.
Oh, nggak bisa share?
Nggak bisa share. Karena izinnya teh, izinnya. Itunya apa? Belum di ini sama hostnya teh. Biasanya tinggal share langsung.
Bakal dong aku nih nggak lagi kemarin luar mirip ke kada ya.
Tinggal langsung ke PPT ya, Pak.
Ya, udah dibuka kok PPT-nya. Tuh.
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Ya. Dari situ.
Sudah, Pak Is. It is on already.
Oke.
Dari sana.
Jadi saya akan menyampaikan sebuah tema mengenai bagaimana menumbuhkan kemampuan berpikir kreatif dari para siswa. Tema ini menjadi diskursus pemikiran di dalam kampus-kampus, terutama fakultas pendidikan di Indonesia akhir-akhir ini, gitu ya. Jadi biasanya para mahasiswa selalu bertanya bagaimana kita menumbuhkan berpikir kritis para siswa ini.
Tinggal next aja, Pak. Bilang next.
Next. Oke, next. Ya, jadi saya kira, back. Kembali ke asal. Ya, saya kira sekarang ini yang namanya kreativitas atau kemampuan berpikir kreatif itu menjadi sesuatu yang sangat penting. Gitu ya. Saya kira semua sepakat bahwa kreativitas ini merupakan kemampuan atau kompetensi yang sangat penting untuk dimiliki oleh seseorang. Sukses tidaknya seseorang di dalam kehidupan yang akan datang itu sangat tergantung kepada sejauh mana dia memiliki kreativitas di dalam memecahkan masalah dan menemukan peluang. Tentu saja menumbuhkan berpikir kreatif ini suatu hal yang tidak mudah. Ya. Jadi anak-anak ini mesti kita kondisikan sedini mungkin, ya, sehingga mereka kemudian memiliki kemampuan berpikir kreatif ini. Oleh karena itu, maka pendidikan keluarga, ya, dan pendidikan dasar seperti kindergarten, TK dan sekolah dasar, gitu ya. Ini sangat penting, merupakan usia-usia yang sangat subur untuk menumbuhkan kemampuan berpikir kreatif ini. Namun memang dewasa ini menjadi harapan kita semua atau sangat diharapkan bahwa sekolah sekarang ini menjadi sebuah iklim, ya, menjadi sebuah lingkungan yang kondusif, ya, untuk menumbuhkan berpikir kreatif ini. Para ahli pendidikan sepakat bahwa pendidikan berpikir kreatif ini tidak bisa diajarkan secara langsung, ya. Tidak bisa kita mengajarkan berpikir kreatif harus begini, gitu ya. Tetapi mereka sepakat bahwa di dalam praktek-praktek pendidikan itu tersedia cara, kesempatan dan lingkungan yang kondusif untuk meningkatkan berpikir kreatif ini, gitu ya, atau untuk mengembangkan berpikir kreatif ini. Oke, next. Oke, next. Nggak bisa dari sini ya?
Harusnya udah bisa dari situ.
Harusnya udah bisa. Nah, paper ini mencoba untuk berbicara mengenai bagaimana menumbuhkan berpikir kreatif ini dengan dasar dari temuan-temuan riset dari seluruh dunia ya tentang kreativitas dan tentang praktek-praktek di kelas gitu ya. Bahan utamanya adalah sebuah artikel dari Kempelis and Berkey yang berjudul Nurturing Creative Thinking yang dipublikasikan oleh International Academy of Education tahun 2014. Mereka menyampaikan ada 8 prinsip-prinsip untuk menumbuhkan kemampuan berpikir kreatif siswa di sekolah. Jadi nggak bisa dari sini. Oke. Kita mulai yang pertama ya. Prinsip pertama adalah bahwa kreativitas ini bisa ditumbuhkan melalui semua mata pelajaran. Ini ya. Jadi apapun mata pelajaran yang Anda pegang sebagai guru apapun ya, Anda bisa menjadi sarana untuk mengembangkan kemampuan berpikir kritis ini. Karena hasil-hasil penelitian menunjukkan itu, gitu ya. Jadi kemampuan berpikir kritis ini bisa dikembangkan melalui semua mata pelajaran. Memang temuan penelitian menunjukkan bahwa kurikulum yang terlalu berat itu hambatan dari pengembangan kemampuan berpikir kreatif. Jadi memang disarankan dari beberapa hasil riset itu bahwa kurikulum itu memang harus dibuat sedemikian fleksibel. Ya. Jadi kurikulum yang terlalu berat ini itu merupakan hambatan utama gitu ya untuk pengembangan kemampuan berpikir kreatif ini. Nah kemudian juga temuan yang lain adalah bahwa kegiatan-kegiatan lintas kurikuler gitu ya, seperti misalnya majalah sekolah ya, blog sekolah gitu ya, dan proyek-proyek lain yang dikelola oleh siswa itu ternyata sangat bagus ya untuk mengembangkan kemampuan berpikir kreatif dengan catatan memang ada kerjasama yang bagus ya, ada kerjasama yang bagus antara siswa dengan guru gitu ya. Tetap guru di sini juga memegang peranan penting ya. Jadi memang ini kegiatan-kegiatan kokurikuler kalau didesain dengan baik itu bisa menjadi sarana yang sangat bagus untuk menumbuhkan kemampuan berpikir kreatif anak-anak ya. Oke. Next. Nah, implementasi dari temuan-temuan itu ialah bahwa begini, seberapa rigidnya pun kurikulum, seberapa beratnya pun kurikulum, sebetulnya yang berkuasa di kelas itu adalah guru, gitu ya. Oleh karena itu memang masih tercipta ruang yang sangat luas ya untuk guru-guru yang kreatif ini mengembangkan kemampuan berpikir kreatif ya. Jadi guru-gurunya juga harus kreatif gitu ya. Misalnya mata pelajaran biologi misalnya, mata pelajaran biologi jangan sampai itu hanya mengingat fakta-fakta saja gitu ya, tetapi bagaimana biologi ini dikemas sehingga para siswa itu belajar dari alam gitu ya. Mereka meneliti, mereka kemudian mencari di alam yang sebenarnya ya, sehingga kemudian mereka muncul itu ya, imajinasi, kreativitasnya itu muncul. Demikian juga mata pelajaran yang lain, sejarah misalnya ya, dengan hanya menyampaikan fakta-fakta masa lalu, tapi bagaimana fakta-fakta itu bisa menjadi petualangan yang menarik bagi siswa, ya, sehingga mereka itu kemudian muncul imajinasinya, mengaitkan kejadian-kejadian masa lalu ini dengan masa kini, gitu ya. Karena di dalam sejarah itu kan sebetulnya hakikatnya adalah pembelajaran, gitu ya, pembelajaran dari peristiwa-peristiwa masa lalu. Demikian juga pelajaran-pelajaran yang lain ya. Intinya bagaimana kita mengaitkan konten di dalam kurikulum itu dengan kehidupan nyata sekarang, gitu ya. Ini mungkin yang dinamakan dengan contextual learning, ya, contextual learning. Oke, para siswa, ya, para siswa itu keterlibatannya itu harus semakin didorong, ya, endorsed, ya, harus semakin didorong. Karena ini menjadi pembuka wawasan dan dapat menggiring kepada para siswa untuk berpikir yang non konvensional, gitu ya. Jadi kepada para siswa, keterlibatan siswa di dalam proses pembelajaran ini harus terus-menerus didorong. Jadi tidak hanya satu arah dari guru ke siswa, tetapi justru sekarang ini yang disebut dengan student-centered learning itu. Oke, next. Baik, saudara-saudara sekalian, prinsip yang kedua, gitu ya, creative thinking can be promoted through well-designed classroom. Nah, ini jadi ternyata berdasarkan hasil-hasil penelitian bahwa desain atau tata ruangan, gitu ya, desain ruangan itu ternyata menentukan. Itulah sebabnya mengapa di sekolah-sekolah dasar di Barat, gitu ya, desain ruangan itu sangat fleksibel, ya. Nah, demikian juga mestinya di Indonesia, gitu ya, di kelas-kelas bawah itu mestinya desain ruangan itu menjadi sangat fleksibel, karena ternyata hasil penelitian menunjukkan bahwa penataan itu mempengaruhi bagaimana mereka belajar, ya, bagaimana mereka imajinasi dan seterusnya, gitu ya. Termasuk juga penataan peralatan, furniture arrangement, gitu ya. Itu juga kemudian ada teknologi, gitu ya. Ini akan sangat memberikan pengalaman positif, ya, bagi pembelajaran pengembangan kemampuan berpikir kreatif, ya. Lightning, ya, cahaya, pencahayaan, noise, kebisingan, ya, kemudian ventilasi dan kualitas udara, gitu ya. Ini juga menentukan proses pembelajaran. Sehingga semakin nyaman anak-anak itu ruang belajarnya, maka kemampuan berpikir kreatifnya diharapkan semakin terangsang, gitu ya. Nah, kemudian implementasinya, oke, next. Implementasinya memang sebaiknya di Indonesia juga, ya, dibuat itu desain dasar classroom itu minimal 2 atau 3 desain, ya. Bagaimana desain ketika diskusi, gitu ya, ketika belajar sendiri dan seterusnya sesuai dengan materi ini, gitu ya. Lalu libatkan siswa untuk itu. Memang kendalanya apabila barang-barangnya itu, bangkunya itu berat, gitu ya. Tetapi sekarang ini kan sebetulnya sudah banyak material-material yang mobile, gitu ya. Kemudian saudara-saudara sekalian, bereksperimen dengan material sehari-hari, misalnya menggunakan kardus, gitu ya. Kalau kita ingin mendesain kelas untuk pembelajaran yang lebih personal, misalnya kita bisa bikin Carol desk, ya. Carol desk itu semacam dinding tinggi, gitu ya, sehingga dia merasa privasinya aman, gitu ya, dan kemudian itu bisa dibuat dari kardus. Itu juga akan merangsang kemampuan berpikir kreatif anak-anak, bagaimana mendesainnya dan seterusnya, gitu ya. Bila memungkinkan, manfaatkan teknologi, gitu ya, misalnya video proyektor, gitu ya. Wah, ini untuk bisa betul-betul bisa merangsang bagaimana kreativitas anak, ya. Mereka diajak berselancar di internet, gitu ya, online laboratorium, gitu ya, dan lain-lain, ya. Kemudian yang terakhir, kelas juga kan sebetulnya tidak hanya di ruang kelas, ya. Jadi kita juga bisa membawa siswa kita itu di kelas-kelas luar ruangan, ya, seperti di taman, di kebun, ya, di sawah, gitu ya, di museum misalnya, ya, atau di tempat-tempat yang lain, di pasar dan lain sebagainya. Itu sangat bagus, ya, untuk pengembangan kemampuan berpikir kreatif, ya. Prinsip yang ketiga, ya, prinsip yang ketiga adalah next. Increasing the use of open-ended question to the student. Jadi gunakanlah pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang terbuka kepada siswa itu, ya. Sebab pertanyaan yang terbuka itu bisa mengembangkan kreatif siswa, gitu ya. Kalau pertanyaannya betul salah atau pertanyaannya hanya ada satu jawaban yang betul, itu akan membuat siswa itu takut, ya, untuk memberikan alternatif jawaban, gitu ya. Tetapi kalau pertanyaan yang terbuka itu akan mengembangkan pikiran kreatif dengan menerapkan, mengaplikasikan, menganalisis, ya, mengevaluasi, mensintesiskan informasi-informasi yang ada itu. Jadi bagi para guru, ya, atau mahasiswa calon guru, biasakan bertanya kepada siswa itu secara pertanyaan-pertanyaan terbuka, ya, karena hasil riset ternyata menunjukkan bahwa pertanyaan-pertanyaan terbuka itu lebih bisa merangsang siswa, anak didik kita untuk berpikir kreatif, ya. Aplikasinya misalnya, ya, lebih banyak libatkan siswa di dalam bertanya dan menjawab pertanyaan, gitu ya. Misalnya siswa diberi kartu merah dan kartu biru, ya, untuk menyatakan setuju atau tidak setuju terhadap jawaban dari temannya, gitu ya, dan kemudian kita elaborasi kenapa merah misalnya, kenapa tidak setuju, kenapa setuju, gitu ya, sehingga kemudian mahasiswa terbiasa untuk memberikan argumentasi, gitu ya. Oke, yang berikutnya, next. Yang berikutnya, slide berikut, oke. Nggak bisa di sini ya, itunya ya, apa? Ini udah. Jadi terjeda gitu ya. Padahal kalau ini biasanya bisa nih, Mas. Biasanya bisa kan dari sini. Iya.
Kalau sudah ini, kita nggak bisa diskusi lagi.
Jadi ya ini ternyata masukan yang di sana, padahal di sini ada. Oke, jadi berikutnya itu adalah kembangkan jenis-jenis pertanyaan yang meminta klarifikasi, gitu ya, yang meminta klarifikasi. Apa benar yang Anda sebutkan? Apa benar yang Anda bilang itu? Buktinya apa? Gitu ya, minta bukti atau mempertanyakan asumsi-asumsi yang digunakan untuk menjawab pertanyaan itu, misalnya. Kemudian mencoba mengeksplorasi sudut pandang alternatif, gitu ya. Eksplorasi sudut pandang alternatif, ya, kemudian mengidentifikasi implikasi-implikasi dari jawabannya itu, gitu ya. Jadi itulah pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang sangat bagus untuk meningkatkan kemampuan berpikir kreatif, ya. Sayang ini slide-nya tidak bisa jalan ya, Mas Ito.
Operatornya mau di ini aja, Pak.
Hah? Gimana?
Share screen dari Bapak teh. Oh, dari sana ya teh udah. Mending itu yang lanjutin. Oh, itu yang belum bisa. Mending di sana. Oh, di sana aja, Pak. Next.
Iya. Ya. I'm sorry, ini ada masalah teknis ya. Kemudian yang berikutnya yang harus dilakukan oleh guru itu adalah bagaimana kita bisa memperlakukan pertanyaan dan jawaban siswa itu dengan minat tinggi ya. Jadi kita harus menghargai apapun yang ditanyakan oleh mereka, kita harus menghargai jawaban mereka gitu ya, dengan minat yang tinggi gitu ya, dengan respect dan minat yang tinggi kepada semua apa yang disampaikan oleh siswa itu, sehingga siswa kemudian merasa bahwa dia itu dihargai ya, bahwa jawaban-jawaban yang dia utarakan, jawaban-jawaban yang dia kemukakan itu mendapatkan respect dari gurunya. Ini akan sangat penting ya untuk terus meningkatkan kemampuan berpikir kreatif siswa. Kemudian juga kita mesti menciptakan iklim yang kondusif, ya, yang positif dengan mentolerir jawaban siswa yang ambigu, ya, jawaban siswa yang bisa ditafsirkan macam-macam gitu ya. Tapi kemudian kita juga mesti menggali memang, memprobing bagaimana mendorong jawaban siswa yang orisinil gitu ya. Itu akan sangat bagus. Jadi selalu klarifikasi ya, mengapa Anda jawaban itu? Kenapa muncul jawaban seperti itu? Apa reasoningnya gitu ya. Nah, kemudian assessment juga ya, ujian itu menentukan ya. Assessment itu mesti yang bagus itu kombinasi antara assessment tertulis dan assessment lisan gitu ya. Nah, ini masih jarang di Indonesia ini karena memang sistemnya kadang-kadang mungkin tidak memungkinkan untuk itu. Karena kalau lisan itu mesti sangat individual sehingga membutuhkan waktu yang lama dan seterusnya. Tetapi sebetulnya guru bisa saja ya melakukan itu. Saya dulu waktu sekolah itu pernah juga ada guru yang menilainya itu dengan ujian lisan gitu ya. Nah, jadi kita nggak bisa nyontek tuh kalau lisan ya. Jadi harus betul-betul siap ini gitu ya. Dan itu bagus ya. Kalau menurut saya bagus itu untuk bagaimana kita mendorong kemampuan berpikir kreatif siswa itu ya. Aduh ini. Next ya. Gambar saya juga nggak bergerak-gerak, Mas.
Kayaknya udah bisa nih, Pak. Ya.
Gila ya.
Ya.
Pak Ito.
Ya. Teruskan aja, Pak Is. Ya.
Teruskan aja ya. Tanpa itu ya.
Ya.
Oke, baik. Prinsip yang keempat ya. Prinsip yang keempat adalah libatkan siswa dalam kegiatan yang bermakna dan otentik. Gitu ya. Kita mengenal sekarang ada teori yang mengatakan pembelajaran otentik ya. Pembelajaran otentik, pembelajaran di mana memungkinkan siswa itu berdiskusi, menggali hal-hal yang sifatnya real, nyata ya. Jadi libatkan siswa dalam kegiatan-kegiatan pembelajaran yang bermakna dan otentik. Temuan penelitian menunjukkan bahwa kreativitas ini ternyata merupakan outcome dari kerja keras, kesungguhan dan keuletan, gitu ya. Oleh karena itu, pembelajaran yang otentik ini mencerminkan itu, ya. Kemudian siswa yang termotivasi secara intrinsik cenderung lebih kreatif dibanding dengan siswa yang motivasinya itu karena mengharapkan penghargaan, karena tekanan atau bujukan eksternal, ya. Kemudian siswa ternyata menjadi sangat kreatif ketika terlibat dalam kegiatan belajar yang bermakna, menantang, dan otentik itu. Ini beberapa penelitian, eksperimen, ya, menunjukkan bahwa dengan pembelajaran yang otentik itu berubah siswa itu, ya, berubah siswa itu. Jadi memang betul yang disampaikan di awal bahwa kreativitas guru itu sangat menentukan, gitu ya. Nah, penerapannya adalah antara lain ya, penerapan dari ini. Jadi untuk menumbuhkan berpikir kreatif ini, pendekatan pembelajaran jauh lebih penting ketimbang konten pembelajaran. Ya. Jadi bagaimana kemampuan guru pada metode-metode pembelajaran kooperatif, metode pembelajaran yang kontekstual, ya, sehingga kemudian memungkinkan siswa itu mengelaborasi lebih jauh, memungkinkan siswa untuk melakukan inquiry, eksperimen, dan seterusnya, sehingga kemudian para siswa itu tumbuh kemampuan berpikir kreatif itu.
Ya, Pak Is, waktunya tinggal 5
Berikutnya.
5 menit ke depan.
Waktunya?
5 menit ke depan.
Tinggal 5 menit ke depan. Oke. Prinsip yang kelima adalah kolaborasi itu menumbuhkan kreativitas. Jadi ternyata memang produk original itu tidak hanya dihasilkan oleh individu, namun kebanyakan lahir dari proses kerjasama, ya. Jadi motivasi, pemahaman, dan gagasan baru muncul terutama ketika berinteraksi dengan orang lain, ya. Jadi kolaborasi, kerjasama meningkatkan potensi kreatif siswa, terutama karena dapat mendatangkan perspektif yang lebih luas, ya. Ini beberapa temuan penelitian yang saya temukan, dan penerapannya tentu saja adalah sediakan kesempatan sebanyak mungkin kepada siswa untuk berkolaborasi dengan teman sebayanya dan bahkan dengan pihak lain, ya. Buatlah kelompok-kelompok siswa dengan menggabungkan siswa yang memiliki latar belakang yang berbeda, itu akan lebih baik. Kemudian bantulah para siswa untuk mendirikan dan menjalankan klub-klub yang mereka punya, misalnya klub sains, grup musik, teater, klub olahraga, majalah sekolah, dan lain sebagainya. Oke, prinsip yang keenam adalah gunakan teknologi pendidikan secara efisien. Nah, ini apalagi di masa pandemi sekarang ini menjadi sangat relevan ya, bahwa memang temuan-temuan penelitian juga mendukung itu, bahwa teknologi informasi dan komunikasi itu mendorong proses berpikir kreatif ya, karena memungkinkan informasi ditampilkan dalam berbagai variasi sehingga mampu memfasilitasi berbagai ragam belajar siswa ya. Kemudian penggunaan ICT ini efektif bila satu, pembelajaran lebih personal, dua, pembelajaran kolaboratif, tiga, umpan balik dan asesmen dioptimalkan, dan yang keempat, adanya keragaman strategi pembelajaran gitu ya. Kemudian temuan ketiga, penggunaan teknologi ini tidak semata urusan teknis gitu ya, tetapi merupakan penerapan praktik pendidikan inovatif yang berpusat pada siswa. Nah, ini penerapannya, cobalah gunakan ICT ini. Memang ada banyak kendala di sekolah-sekolah, terutama di pinggiran ya, di desa-desa itu masih teknologi informasi ini masih merupakan barang mahal gitu ya, barang yang sangat berharga gitu ya. Tetapi sekarang ini kita diajari oleh alam bahwa dengan pandemi ini kan mau tidak mau sekarang ya, guru-guru segala macam juga harus melek teknologi dan seterusnya. Jadi ada blessing in disguise ini ya, sehingga kemudian kita juga jadi belajar. Di Uniku juga jadi ada ikhlas dan lain sebagainya ya. Mantapkan sumber-sumber pembelajaran daring. Ya. Mantapkan sumber-sumber pembelajaran daring ini untuk mengembangkan pembelajaran yang menarik, menyenangkan, bermakna, dan otentik ya. Kemudian mintalah siswa untuk mengakses sumber-sumber pembelajaran daring itu kalau bisa di luar waktu belajar di sekolah ya, sehingga waktu di sekolah itu bisa dioptimalkan ya. Nah, ini mulai muncul ya. Oke, next, lanjut ya. Prinsip yang ketujuh. Prinsip yang ketujuh itu adalah biarkan kesalahan dan pengambilan resiko yang masuk akal itu terjadi, gitu ya. Jadi jangan sampai terlalu dilindungi, gitu ya. Kenapa? Karena kegagalan itu ya, atau kesalahan itu merupakan bagian yang tidak terpisahkan dari proses kreatif. Jadi keberanian mengambil resiko itu karakteristik utama ya yang dimiliki oleh seorang yang memiliki kepribadian kreatif ya. Jadi biarkanlah gitu ya. Nah, juga hindari penekanan pada satu jawaban yang benar ya, karena membuat ini siswa takut ya untuk berbuat salah, dan ini sebab utama yang membuat kreativitas siswa terhambat ya. Jadi karena menutup peluang untuk mengeksplorasi gagasan-gagasan alternatif. Kemudian membiarkan siswa untuk berani mengambil resiko, bereksplorasi, dan bereksperimen terkait secara langsung dengan pembelajaran siswa yang kreatif ini. Yang terakhir ya, yang terakhir adalah nah, ini guru juga harus mempelajari bagaimana caranya menghargai dan menilai kreativitas ya. Jadi kalau metode penilaian tradisional kan yang terpusat pada mengingat fakta-fakta itu mendorong siswa untuk menghindari kesalahan ya. Oleh karena itu sebaiknya penilaian ini bersifat konstruktif dan berpusat pada peningkatan diri. Para siswa lebih yakin untuk mengambil resiko, mencari tantangan, dan mengembangkan gagasan gitu ya. Yang termasuk penilaian yang efektif itu adalah penilaian diri, umpan balik antar teman, catatan pembelajaran, portofolio, dan presentasi. Jadi kalau bisa buatlah semacam matrik yang memungkinkan siswa itu mengevaluasi hasil kerjanya sendiri sehingga dia tahu kesalahannya itu apa ya. Mintalah para siswa untuk saling menguji, saling memberikan umpan balik dengan teman-temannya ya. Kemudian motivasi para siswa itu tidak dengan cara memberitahu bahwa upaya kreatif mereka akan diakui pada penilaian akhir gitu ya, tetapi dengan cara bagaimana menunjukkan tugas-tugas mereka yang menarik. Saya pikir itu yang ingin saya sampaikan Pak Ito. Jadi memang ke depan ini terutama di Indonesia kalau mau mengembangkan kemampuan berpikir kreatif itu memang masih banyak pekerjaan rumah ya. Masih banyak PR yang harus dilakukan karena ini juga berkenaan dengan policy kebijakan dari pemerintah mengenai pendidikan ya dan juga bagaimana kreativitas guru-gurunya ya. Jadi menjadi sangat penting juga bagaimana kita mengkreat kreativitas guru-gurunya juga gitu ya karena guru-guru mereka dididik dengan cara yang lama dan kemudian juga mereka melihat mengajar itu sebagaimana mereka dulu diajar dan seterusnya gitu ya. Jadi memang masalah pendidikan di Indonesia itu masih sangat banyak ya sehingga kemudian kita memang harus cukup bersabar juga. Tetapi bagaimanapun kalau menurut pendapat saya kalau kita ingin maju, ingin membuat anak-anak kita memiliki kreativitas yang tinggi, bagaimanapun kita harus memulai ya. Saya kira itu. Terima kasih Pak Ito.
Likewise, Pak Dr. Iskandar, the last plenary speaker has provided us some insights, ideas on how to nurture creative thinking. Pak Dr. Iskandar has provided us the principle in which we can apply this in our classroom, in educational practices. So consequently, students' creative thinking is really promoted. Of course, there should be some consequences upon using this principle. Among other things is the available of technology information in which it is expensive enough, even rare enough, especially in rural areas, located in rural areas. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants and also presenters, if you have any questions, kalau ada pertanyaan, you can raise your hand, you can write in the chat box, either in Bahasa or in English. Pak Dr. Iskandar will clarify, will get things clear on whatever questions. Okay, please, we provide the first 3 questions coming from the audience. Probably the committee as well, you can come forward if you have any questions. Ada pertanyaan dari panitia, dari Pak Haji Haruji, Pak Riyadi, atau siapa saja. Ya, silakan mengajukan pertanyaan. Oke, sambil menunggu pertanyaan pertama dari saya Pak Iskandar nih. Pak Iskandar, ini bukan pertanyaan dari saya sendiri, dari kolega sebenarnya Pak Iskandar. Pertanyaannya dalam bahasa Inggris, ya. How can we convince the school principal to let the teacher to practice teaching in creative ways? Jadi bagaimana cara para guru untuk meyakinkan kepala sekolah, bahkan mungkin orang tua siswa, ketika guru tersebut mempraktekkan cara-cara pengajaran yang kreatif, yang menekankan sisi kreativitas siswa, hingga sisi kreatifnya akan ditumbuh suburkan. Bagaimana Pak Is?
Ya, itu justru problem utama di situ ya. Problem utama di situ kadang-kadang guru yang berpikiran maju juga, tapi kalau kepala sekolahnya dan orang tuanya masih pikirannya masih masa lalu, ya itu problem besar ya. Nah, jadi memang ini mesti disosialisasikan betul ya gagasan-gagasan ini sehingga kemudian tidak ada kepala sekolah yang kemudian malah berpikir terbalik ya, malah kemudian melarang dan seterusnya gitu ya. Jadi memang mestinya yang mesti harus ditatar duluan itu para kepala sekolahnya Pak Ito ya. Sehingga kemudian guru-guru yang kadang-kadang juga mengetahuinya dari internet dan lain sebagainya kemudian ingin ini gitu ya. Dan kemudian ternyata mendapat tantangan dari kepala sekolahnya itu sendiri. Tetapi kalau gurunya itu orangnya itu fleksibel, persuasif, tentu dia akan mengajak bicara Pak Kepala Sekolahnya atau Ibu Kepala Sekolahnya sehingga kemudian mereka memahami tentang pentingnya itu dan kemudian kegiatan itu bisa berlangsung dengan baik ya. Nah, demikian juga kepada orang tua ya. Kepada orang tua saya kira harus ada penjelasan kalau misalnya ada orang tua yang komplain datang ke sekolah, kok anak saya diajarinya begini-begini, bermain-main terus gitu ya. Nah, itu juga harus dijelaskan kepada mereka dan itu kadang-kadang sesuatu yang tidak mudah ya memberikan penjelasan kepada orang tua yang latar belakang pendidikannya juga berbeda-beda dan seterusnya. Tetapi apapun tantangan yang dihadapi para guru, saya sih mensupport mereka terus. Bagaimana berpikir, meng-create supaya pembelajaran yang mendorong creative thinking ini terus terjadi.
Ben, ada pertanyaan? Box. Ya. Ini ada Pak Iskandar, satu lagi ini. Pertanyaannya adalah Dr. Iskandar mentioned the term summative test, right? Summative test. Formative assessment. Formative assessment includes self-assessment, peer feedback, learning diaries, portfolios, and presentation. Kemudian dikaitkan dengan summative assessment. Ya, ada formative assessment, ada summative assessment. Yang bertanya mengajukan pertanyaan seperti ini. Sir, is it possible that the teacher will have burden, overload work because they have to conduct formative assessment and also summative assessment? Jadi para guru itu menurut pendapat yang bersangkutan kalau mempraktekkan prinsip ini mereka akan mendapatkan beban kerja yang terlampau berat pada akhirnya karena harus mengadakan formative assessment sama summative assessment. Ya, begitu pertanyaannya. Ya.
Ya, memang ini sekali lagi seperti saya bilang bahwa itu berkaitan juga dengan policy government ya. Jadi bagaimana kebijakan pemerintah juga di dalam itu. Ya, kalau memang pemerintahnya masih polisinya masih sama ya tentu konsekuensinya guru-guru itu ya masih seperti sekarang aja begitu ya. Jadi memang kalau hasil riset itu kan kadang-kadang mendahului atau jauh lebih maju daripada polisi pendidikan suatu negara ya. Jadi kalau para pengambil kebijakan dalam negara itu masih berorientasi kepada cara-cara pendidikan yang lama ya terus begitu dan guru itu kadang-kadang jangan selalu disalahkan ya guru itu ya jadi ternyata memang betul kata penanya bahwa itu akan menjadi beban yang sangat berat bagi guru selama polisinya memang seperti ini gitu ya jadi memang ini dilema ya, salah satu dilema juga. Tetapi memang hasil riset itu kan mesti disampaikan ya sehingga mudah-mudahan ada perubahan di dalam polisi pendidikannya. Jadi betul memang akan sangat berat bagi guru kalau memang polisi pendidikannya masih seperti sekarang ini Pak Ito. Ya.
Sebentar, saya dapat message via WhatsApp dari Pak Arofah Acesta. Beliau bertanya tentang ideally are the principles implemented in elementary, secondary, or tertiary, or all level of education? Idealnya diterapkan dari mana? Melihat situasi policy education yang ada di kita yang kadang-kadang sering berubah. Mulainya sebaiknya dari mana? Atau lebih tepatnya implementasinya di mana? Di early elementary education, secondary atau tertiary on campus. Nah gitu Pak Dr.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Ropa. Ya memang semuanya sebetulnya semua level pendidikan itu diterapkan sebetulnya. Pada prinsipnya seperti itu. Hanya memang ya dengan kebijakan pendidikan di kita sekarang memang yang paling mungkin menerapkan pengembangan berpikir kreatif berdasarkan tadi yang 8 prinsip itu adalah pendidikan di taman kanak-kanak dan pendidikan di sekolah dasar ya karena memang kurikulumnya mungkin tidak terlalu berat, dan kemudian masa anak-anak itu kan masa bermain ya, jadi memang bisa lebih mudah penerapannya itu di pendidikan dasar ya, baru kemudian nanti di pendidikan menengah dan pendidikan atas ya. Dan sebetulnya bisa aja sih sebenarnya, tergantung kepada kreativitas dari guru-gurunya gitu ya. Tetapi mungkin yang lebih mudah itu di pendidikan dasar, maybe.
Question from the committee. Nampaknya kita lihat di chat box belum ada. Oke. Ya, Pak Dr. Iskandar, I guess you have the last 2 minutes, 2 menit terakhir, Pak Dr. Iskandar. Maybe before your presentation is over, you can provide us conclusion. Mungkin ada saripati dari presentasi Pak Dr. Iskandar untuk menuntaskan ini semua tentang creative thinking, how to nurture. Ya.
Ya, untuk teman-teman guru ya seperti saya ini ya, untuk guru memang profesi kita itu profesi yang memang menuntut untuk kreatif ya, menuntut untuk kreatif, sehingga kemudian kepada teman-teman guru ya, saya mohon betul agar terus-menerus meningkatkan kualitas diri ya, terus mencari cara-cara pembelajaran yang kreatif sehingga kemudian hasil pembelajarannya itu optimal. Tentang kemampuan berpikir kreatif ini harus menjadi concern semua guru ya, bahwa ke depan ya dunia bisnis, dunia apapun itu akan sangat membutuhkan orang-orang yang kreatif ya. Oleh karena itu haruslah bahwa guru-guru ini kita semua concern tentang pengembangan kemampuan berpikir kreatif ini. Seperti yang saya jelaskan tadi, ada ruang yang masih terbuka bagi kita untuk melakukan penetrasi lah ya, bagaimana caranya supaya pengembangan kemampuan berpikir kreatif ini terus bisa dikembangkan di sekolah-sekolah kita, sehingga anak didik kita itu kemudian merasakan betul ya bahwa wah ini kita guru ini beda gitu ya, guru ini lebih membuat belajarnya itu lebih menarik dan seterusnya ya. Saya kira itu, terima kasih semuanya ya, terima kasih kepada panitia sekali lagi ini bahwa sudah memberikan kepercayaan kepada saya untuk menyampaikan presentasi ini. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Personally, thank you very much, Pak Dr. Iskandar, providing us, importing us, catering us the principle of nurturing creative thinking, and I do hope that the stakeholders in our country will take them into account. Thank you, Pak Iskandar. See you someday. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Aduh, sayang ininya nggak jalan ya tadi ya. Aduh. Tapi nanti bisa diakses oleh itu ya. Oke, saya keluar Mas ya.
Silakan.
Indonesia adalah bangsa yang memiliki nilai pendidikan dan kebudayaan yang luar biasa. Sebagai bangsa, patutlah kita bangga dan berupaya untuk memajukan pendidikan bangsa ini. Beberapa upaya telah dilakukan oleh pemerintah maupun masyarakat untuk memajukan pendidikan di Indonesia. Walaupun pendidikan tradisional sudah ada sejak lama, akan tetapi untuk meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan baik secara vertikal maupun horizontal, dibutuhkan lembaga pendidikan yang formal dan modern. Dari kesadaran inilah, Universitas Kuningan lahir.
Universitas Kuningan atau yang disebut UNIKU adalah sebuah perguruan tinggi yang berada di kota Kuningan, sebuah kabupaten yang terletak di timur Provinsi Jawa Barat. Dengan bentangan alam yang indah, tanah yang subur, dan udaranya yang masih sejuk menjadikan Kuningan sebagai destinasi wisata favorit yang ada di Jawa Barat. Kehadiran Universitas Kuningan di wilayah ini diharapkan menjadi penggerak perkembangan pendidikan di Indonesia saat ini. Salah satu pilar penyangga pendidikan tertinggi di Kabupaten Kuningan adalah Universitas Kuningan, yang berada di bawah naungan Yayasan Pendidikan Sang Adipati Kuningan.
Universitas Kuningan memiliki visi menjadi universitas unggul yang memiliki komitmen kuat terhadap pemberdayaan masyarakat. Universitas Kuningan memiliki peran yang sangat strategis dalam rangka mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa dan juga mempersiapkan serta menghasilkan sumber daya manusia Indonesia yang lebih berkualitas.
Didirikan pada 6 Juni tahun 2003 berdasarkan Surat Keputusan Menteri Pendidikan Nasional Nomor 62 Tahun 2003 dan diresmikan oleh Menteri Pendidikan Nasional Profesor Abdul Malik Fajar MSc pada tanggal 17 Juni 2003. Perintisan UNIKU dimulai dengan mendirikan sekolah tinggi yang kemudian menjadi fakultas-fakultas antara lain Sekolah Tinggi Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Kuningan pada tahun 1985, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Kuningan pada tahun 1995, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kehutanan Kuningan, dan Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen Informatika dan Komputer pada tahun 2001. Hingga saat ini, berbagai prestasi kelembagaan telah diraih oleh Universitas Kuningan. Di antaranya, hampir 80% program studinya sudah terakreditasi B oleh BANPT. Bahkan terdapat program studi yang sudah terakreditasi A. Berbagai hibah bersaing dalam pengembangan kelembagaan maupun pengembangan sumber daya telah didapatkan, termasuk di dalamnya pada bidang penelitian dan pengabdian. Saat ini, Universitas Kuningan telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai perguruan tinggi di dalam negeri. Kerjasama dengan berbagai perguruan tinggi di luar negeri pun sudah terjalin baik. Di antaranya adalah dengan University Utara Malaysia, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, University Malaysia Sabah, Raja Mangala University of Technology Kurungkep Thailand, Prince of Songkhla University Thailand, Fatoni University Thailand, Otia University Thailand, Tarlac Agricultural University, University of Virtual Health Delta, Lyceum of the Philippines University, System Plus College Foundation, dan IMUS Institute of Science and Technology Philippines. Kerjasama dengan lembaga lainnya pun sudah dilakukan oleh Universitas Kuningan. Universitas Kuningan memiliki lokasi yang strategis, berada di tengah Kabupaten Kuningan yang bisa diakses dengan mudah dari berbagai tempat. Selain itu, Universitas Kuningan terus berupaya mewujudkan Green Campus University dalam menciptakan tempat belajar yang sejuk dan nyaman. Universitas Kuningan telah mengukir prestasi yang sangat membanggakan dengan menjadi peringkat ke-54 UI Green Metric tahun 2019 se-Indonesia dan di Jawa Barat sendiri menjadi peringkat ke-6. Kami percaya suasana Green Campus di Universitas turut mendukung proses pembelajaran di kampus ini.
Universitas Kuningan adalah salah satu universitas yang menerapkan konsep Green Campus yang saat ini menempati peringkat ke-54 dari perguruan tinggi yang ada di Indonesia. Kehadiran konsep Green Campus di Universitas Kuningan ini adalah dalam rangka memberikan edukasi kepada masyarakat dan juga kepada warga kampus bagaimana memiliki kepedulian terhadap lingkungannya.
Untuk mengoptimalkan proses pembelajaran, Universitas Kuningan didukung sarana pembelajaran yang representatif, di antaranya ruang kuliah yang dilengkapi proyek ruangannya, laboratorium ilmiah, komputer dan multimedia yang memadai, studio fotografi, perpustakaan yang nyaman, tempat ibadah, student center, fasilitas olahraga, kantin, akses jurnal nasional dan internasional, layanan internet 24 jam, layanan penyaluran kerja, layanan perbankan, pusat studi ASEAN, pusat studi hak kekayaan intelektual, dan pusat konsultasi dan bantuan hukum. Saat ini, Universitas Kuningan memiliki 5 fakultas dan sekolah pascasarjana, di antaranya Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan memiliki 6 program studi, yaitu Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, Program Studi Pendidikan Biologi, Program Studi Pendidikan Ekonomi, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, Program Studi Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar, dan Program Studi Pendidikan Matematika. Fakultas Ekonomi memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu Program Studi Akuntansi dan Program Studi Manajemen. Fakultas Kehutanan memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu Program Studi Kehutanan dan Program Studi Ilmu Lingkungan. Fakultas Ilmu Komputer memiliki 4 program studi, yaitu Program Studi Sistem Informasi, Program Studi Teknik Informatika, Program Studi Desain Komunikasi Visual, dan Program Studi Manajemen Informatika D3. Fakultas Hukum memiliki 1 program studi, yaitu Program Studi Ilmu Hukum. Sekolah Pasca Sarjana memiliki 3 program studi, Program Studi Magister Pendidikan Ekonomi, Program Studi Magister Pendidikan Biologi, dan Program Studi Magister Manajemen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This is going to be the real last greeting I'm going to deliver to you. In my feeling, I'm very happy and feeling relieved that we were able to complete this first global conference on education in such a successful and fruitful manner. Ton of thanks for our distinguished speakers. For your information, after 30 minutes break, we will start our parallelization at 12:30, and which will be conducted in 3 virtual rooms. And may I have your attention, please, for the participants to turn on your video because we are going to have photo session. Okay, the committee, please take our picture. All of the participants turn on the video, okay? 1, 2, 3. It takes time to take picture of more than 700 participants of this global conference education. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will close the conference with quote by Stewart Brand, an author and innovative thinker who once said that we can see the past but not influence it. We can influence the future but not see it. Let's all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future. Thank you, and thank you very much. And before we part, please accept beautiful verse. Kalau ada jarum yang patah, jangan di dalam hati. Kalau ada hilaf dan salah, harap dimaafkan kami. Which roughly means, please forgive our shortcomings. Thank you so much and see you next year conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sayang.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dadah kalian semua.
Selamat tidur. I love you.
I love you too.
Kata yang bagus.
Love you guys. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Love you too. Bye bye. Love you too.
Ya udah apa belum Ci?
Bye bye.
Ini udah apa belum?
Yang jomblo virtualan kuy.
Yang tinggal lihat.
Udah selesai. Belum.
Teh Seli ada salam dari OJ PBI.
Kasih natria kersakumna bangsa di negara Indonesia. Hirup sayuna tarapa hiri-hiri
Shanti, I love you.